Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you worldwide joining us here for continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series from London, specifically the JW Marriott Grosvenor House right here on Park Lane. Yours truly, Ali Najad, joined by Randy Liu. And Randy, 2 long days of play in the books. In the second of our 2 3-day events thus far, the 250k Luxembourg Invitational being the first of them, the 200k obviously, and now here we are, the 125k main. The 200k, was it a 3-day? I don't think that one was. I'm off a little bit there.
Event.
But obviously, that is what we're going to be bringing you here today, that 125k main event. We're down to the final table, but 27 players cashed, and it was a record-setting field. But not everybody who's made it to this final table is here available for us to cover. So let's touch on some of the names that made it to the right side of that bubble, Randy, starting with, of course, the 25th place finisher.
You know, Santosh Sivarn, who has joined us at our Triton stop, has been just tremendously doing really well, picked up a title on the previous stop, was able to cash in his main event in 25th place. And then we did have Bryn Kenny, who shows he knows what to do in London, right? He came out, chopped up the lion's share in that $1 million tournament, winning the Luxembourg Invitational. Coming in 21st, you know, had a big stack, happened to lose it.
It seemed like for a second, though, that he was going to end up punching a ticket to the final table again as the Sun run felt like it was going to continue, and then it all came undone. But moving on.
And then we have Espen Jorstad, who came in 16th place in this tournament, and he's had a phenomenal series thus far. Currently is the player of the series, and then Nacho Barbero, phenomenal as well. You know, he was chopping up a big prize, I believe, was that in the, I forget which event.
He ended up with the lion's share of the money, $3.4 million, and a 3-way chop in that 200K, as I recall. He ended up finishing in 14th.
Okay. Yeah, he made a big call down against Doug Polk, who rivered the set of threes late last night. And then, of course, Paul Paul making another deep run, cashing the last event, the 250K, getting 13th in this one.
Paul in 13th, and then 2 clicks in front of him, Randy, a guy who proved that he can not only talk about it, but he can be about it. Nick Schulman out in 11th place. And before we cast our eyes to today's final table, there were some other headlines that were going down elsewhere in the room as Mikita Badziukuski gained company in the 4-title club, a club that he was all alone in, and suddenly a knock on the door. And who else was behind that door but the man who is often referred to as the GOAT, if not one of the GOATs, none other than Phil Ivey. The 60K Turbo heads up with Kerry Katz, ends up beating him and earning $1 million in the process. And I'm so upset because obviously the fact that we had all of our eyes fixed upon this main event meant that we didn't get a chance to watch him out there. But he is playing some of the best poker of his career, dare I say.
Of course. You know, Phil Ivey, he took a break from the last 2 stops, you know, had some other engagements he had to attend to. Getting his 4th title is amazing considering that he hasn't played as many stops as Mikita Badziukuski, who's got 4 titles as well. Phenomenal performance. He's just been really playing his best game. You can tell that he's been improving from series to series, and he's a force to be reckoned with. You give him time, he learns how you play, and he just really just soul reads you.
Yeah, looks over, undresses you with the eyes, and you feel like your cards don't have backs on them. Now then, you want to talk about amazing, and you want to talk about people who are forces to be reckoned with. How about Jungle Man Dan Cates? As we focus upon the 125K main event final table that we're about to bring you here today, he comes in as the chip leader in character yet again.
He's always in character. I mean, like every single stop, you would think that he would kind of get tired of it, but it just goes to show it's cool that we have one of these big stars who one of the younger players are willing to have that personality, willing to kind of just, you know, laugh it off and, you know, have fun. What is he dressed as? Some kind of soccer player?
He had an AC Milan jersey on yesterday. Have yet to see him in the room. Not sure what shirt he's going to be wearing here today. Maybe it's more of the same. But I agree with you. And, you know, I used to be tempted to think that this came at the expense of Jungle's ability to focus and play the game. Proven by the fact that he is here with the chip lead at the final table, it really doesn't bother him whatsoever. In fact, dare I say, not unlike Daniel Negreanu once upon a time turning into a very quiet, stoic player and realizing that's not him and that's not what serves him best, and then going back to the Daniel that we all grew to know and love, I almost think it helps Jungle to feel like he is kind of comfortable and doing the thing that he likes to be doing out there. Everybody else seems to have a kick out of it too.
I actually really agree with that statement that he's more comfortable in his own skin, just being these characters. And when you're comfortable, you make better decisions, especially if the shot clock just kind of pouncing at you every single hand. And it's just a delight to see.
No, you want to talk about good decisions? I'm not sure there's any other type that are ever rendered from the likes of Stephen Chidwick. He was 13th in that Lux on Pay, comes in here second in chips behind Cates. Obviously, people are going to have their hands full there. Then you got Doug Polk, Triton first-timer, really making his presence felt.
It's really cool to see Doug Polk making a deep run. You know, he obviously doesn't play that many live tournaments. Made his first stop to Triton. I didn't really expect it, but it's really cool to see them get the invite, I believe, from Rob Young in that 250K. Did not cash this one, making a deep run. You know, he's known for all those YouTube videos that he makes. He's an influencer now, but obviously plays a very mean game.
Very chatty at the tables up until this point. Let's see here at the FT if he continues to be quite as affable. Now, the wild card, if I had to point to it, Randy, when you look at the chip counts, I think we know who it is, don't we?
We 100% know who it is. It's Jean-Noel Toel. JNT, maybe I said it wrong, but we know that he's willing to just attack. And we saw his play yesterday. He was being relentless. He was floating with high cards. He was 3-betting pocket fives. He took out Limitless in a huge pot with kings and queens where Limitless wasn't sure what to do. A big wild card. When he's got big chips, other players kind of need to be a bit careful as he can put you to the test at any moment.
No question about it. He's actually ahead of Doug Polk. And I want to take a look now at the Triton Poker Plus app for seat draws, Randy. Some people are going to be cool with where they're at, but I don't think the two guys to Jungle's right rank among them.
Yes, so that's Stephen Chidwick and Timothy Adams, as you can see there on the screen. They are the big stacks of the tournament, but when you have the chip leader to your left, you need to tighten up. That's going to give them less opportunities to kind of pick on these middling and short stacks and raising their blinds. So Jungleman, really an amazing seat draw for him. We'll see if he can capitalize on the situation.
Now, I don't know if it's an amazing seat draw, but perhaps one that is preferred to where Tim Adams and Stephen Chidwick find themselves more to Jungle's left for the likes of JNT and Doug Polk, right?
I would say so, yes. You know, and JNT is kind of like, I would say he's got a really nice seat draw because he's got those big stacks across. He can kind of attack these short stacks to his left. The people on the right, they can't really get too out of line knowing that he's going to defend a lot of big blinds. So, you know, seat draw is obviously a very important thing at final tables. We'll see kind of how it plays out.
All right, let's talk about the chip stacks then. I'll give you a look at that leaderboard. Of course, we touched on Jungle at the top, 8.2 million in front of him. Chidwick, 6.65. JNT, the 5.6. Adams at 5.1. Those are the four stacks above the average stack of 4.2 million, which is good for 34 big blinds. And then you've got four stacks, Randy, that are at 20 bigs or less. Blinds are going to be going up in less than 10 minutes. Do you think that we're going to be off to the races here early with some of those stacks looking to spin, or is it deep enough to grind?
I would say, given that the blind levels will rise soon, that these players know that they kind of need to make a stance soon while they have a lot of fold equity with the 18 to 20 blinds. Once the blind goes up and they may eat a round of orbit of the big blind and big blind ante, they will be in that range where they're going to get called with their shove, so they might need to attack very soon.
Well, as you recall, the Lux on Pay Invitational, within the first frame of play, a couple of hours, we ended up losing 5 or 6 of the players. It was just breakneck pace, dizzying, in fact. So TBD whether or not we get a replication of that affair here today in the main. Let's touch upon the payouts as well. One peek into the app one last time, 4.1 million and change awaiting the winner. And you see the 7-figure payouts start at 5th and above. 9th will be good for $422,500. All right, I'm going to make you pick now, Randy. Normally I wait until a few players have busted. If you look out at that 9-player field, Lun, short stack, 13 bigs all the way on up, who do you like?
But who am I? Am I allowed to pick anyone, or
all right, so you want Jungle is what you're saying.
I kind of want Jungle.
Okay.
He's in character.
All right. So
winner's mood.
Jungle, your pick. I'll come in with a dark horse pick. How about Ike Haxton down there in 7th? I feel like Ike is a guy that if he gets that double could be dangerous. So just moments away from sending you down to the arena where Tom Clark Hill is going to bring in our players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the great room of the JW Marriott Grosvenor House Hotel on Park Lane, London, home of the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is the main event. 97 players contributed 151 total entries of $125,000 to play. It made this the biggest main event in Triton Series history. And now, only 9 are left. They're all guaranteed a minimum $422,000, but all have their eyes on the top prize of $4.185 million. It's time to meet the final table players. In seat 1, he began his business career in a pharmacy in his native Paris before going on to found one of the most successful beauty companies in France. He is now one of the keenest poker enthusiasts in the game and plays the highest stakes around the world. He is the oldest person ever to play on the Triton Series, but has all the skills and stamina of players a third his age. Welcome in seat 1, Jean-Noel Thorel. Come on down. In seat number 2, only 3 days ago, he stepped onto the stage to play the final of the Luxon Invitational, and his return to the Triton Series after 5 years away is clearly paying off. His $680K payday on Friday extended his lead on the Taiwan all-time money list, and he's now perfectly placed to pick up a second enormous score. Age 39 from Taipei, please welcome to seat 2, James Chen. Seat number 3. He's been a leading light of the game ever since the early days of the poker boom and is now the most influential figure among the North American high roller community. He's a philosophy graduate from Brown University, but has only ever played professional poker. He's amassed more than $38 million in live tournament earnings. Originally from Syracuse, New York, now living in Las Vegas. In seat 3, it's Isaac Haxton. In seat 5, he's a Malaysian businessman who fell in love with poker after his first visit to the Triton Series in April last year. After honing his skills at the toughest tables in the world, he's come of age in the past 12 months with 3 final table appearances. Age 31 and now already guaranteed the biggest payout of his short career. Please welcome in seat 5, Lun Lun. In seat number 6, he won his first Triton title in the main event in Jeju in 2019 and has barely missed a Triton tournament ever since. He has winnings on the series of close to $9 million and $32 million in tournaments worldwide. Now dividing his time between his native Canada and his wife's home country of Finland. Welcome in seat 6, Tim Adams. Seat 7. He began his career as an online prodigy, setting new marks for what's possible as a tournament poker player. He now has more than $50 million in live tournament winnings, including 28 Triton Series cashes. He already has a short deck main event title and now has the chance to match it in No Limit Hold'em. Representing the United Kingdom, he is the top-ranked European on poker's all-time money list. In seat 7, welcome Stephen Chidwick. And in seat 8, he's one of Triton Poker's undisputed megastars, who won the first of his 2 Triton titles at the second event ever hosted by the tour. He has also twice won the prestigious Poker Players Championship at the World Series in Las Vegas, and continues to crush tournaments and cash games. Known to poker fans around the world as Jungle Man. Please welcome to seat 8, the chip leader, Dan Cates. Jungle Man. And in seat 9, One of the best known and successful online tournament pros, he's one of a growing group of young Spanish players now making their home on the high roller poker circuit. He learned poker age 18 and has never had any other job. Now 29, he has enjoyed a breakout performance on the Triton series in London and is at his third final table of the trip. In seat 9, please welcome Juan Pardo. And finally, seat number 10. He is one of poker's most famous and outspoken figures, whose YouTube videos gain hundreds of thousands of viewers within hours of appearing online. But he is also a sensationally talented poker player with 3 bracelets from the World Series of Poker, including victory in a one-drop high roller from 2017. Tempted to Europe to play poker for only the 2nd time in his career, he's making the most of his debut on the Triton series. In seat 10, welcome Doug Polk. Congratulations to all of you on this exceptional run. Please play well today. Without further ado, dealer, please shuffle up and deal.
There we are. The official chip counts here at the final table of the $125,000 Triton Super High Roller Series London main event. Blinds will be 50 and 125,000 with 125k big blind ante. That glimpse brought to you by Poker Stake. There are the payouts brought to you by BetACR.eu. A whopping almost $20 million prize pool gathered.
Yeah. You're gonna
As
call your
9
shot here? You know how
will kick
Babe
us
Ruth would,
off.
like point over the fence. Are you gonna call?
And Haxton,
You were calling your shot.
2
I think
red
you did.
jacks, sub 20 bigs.
He's one of those shorter stacks that needs to get something going soon.
That's why my shirt reads champion. You already know the deal.
Jungle wasting no time.
You gotta say jungle the way the announcer did
Jungle Man.
for the rest of the series.
Right. Min raise open here from Ike. Suited connector into the bin for Adams.
You got the police sitting right over there.
Huh?
You got the police sitting right over there.
It's fucked up. Fucking police.
Who invited the police to the poker game?
James Chen in the big.
Seems less likely to get raided though. You know, with the police here.
Deciding not to defend. So a nice start for Haxton, of course. Randy, who will be adding to his highly impressive career Triton earnings totals of almost 7.5 million. Has just 1 cash so far here at this series. That came in the 50k 8 max for 89k.
Yeah.
Played 9 events
GTO Wizard
in
probably
total.
A little scarier than Neuro Peak at the table.
I think what's more surprising, he doesn't have a title
I
yet.
mean, they're both
Isaac
scary in their own
Haxton,
way,
that
but-
is.
I would agree. There's kind of a list of players who we think of in terms of those that don't yet have a title. Any others come to mind?
Vogelsang,
Sure. Christoph's been playing a long time.
I think those two are the big ones that come to mind. Doug Polk, pocket 8s. In the cutoff. J&T Police, he's out. This is baby suited 1-gapper. Haxton's got pocket 10s here. And he's got that stack where he needs to reshove. Doug Polk does have the covering stack, cutoff versus big blind. Certainly these 2 10s would want to rejam in this spot, looking to take down what's in the middle.
Let me get an exact count. I'm very likely going to put it in here, but I just want an exact count.
Oh, you hear that, Ali? He's saying he's
2.5.
going to put it in
All
with the
right.
2 8s.
Call.
Wow.
And the call does get made, and Haxton from jacks to 210s off and running here at the final table. Hate to bring this up, Randy, but out of the two of us, somebody did pick him.
I have him covered, but very slightly.
Oh, no. Did I just jinx it?
You better run down there and give him the Buddha.
I know. 5.1 million chip pot. This is ever so meaningful. Ace, king, 7. Clean for the 210s. The covering stack of Doug Polk hunts a snowman or a spade. No, that doesn't work. Covered. And a clean run out. So how about that? If you would have handed a blank sheet of paper to Isaac and said, write the script for the first orbit of play, I'm pretty sure this is the absolute storyline for him.
This is an amazing spot for Isaac Haxton, and fortunately for Doug Polk, he is down to the short stack. You know, kind of thought that he knows Isaac Haxton's going to play for the W, reshove all the smaller pocket pairs lower than the 8s, ace-5 suited, broadways. Didn't want to give that spot away. Unfortunately, it was up against the overpair.
Thank you.
And just a second hand of play here. Haxton winning 100% of the hands so far.
That wasn't the start I was looking for.
Nope, it wasn't. So Doug Polk is down to 825k, which is 7 big blinds. Shorter than Loon.
800.
Ace 10 for Stephen Chidwick. Willing to open pots in front of Jungle.
What was that, Jungle?
Fold.
Kate's not altogether pleased with perhaps not having some of the big stack respect.
Couple deuces here for Haxton in the small. Getting a slightly worse price just given that the small blind's 50k, big blind 125. Out of position. Don't mind that laydown. Hard to get paid off when you make a set too at these final tables.
So a nice pickup there as Haxton does choose to sit this one out. And truly delightful situation for him. He is now 5th in chips, up above that average stack of 4.2 million, 34 bigs. Conversely, pretty disastrous start for Doug Polk. Self-evident with the 7 bigs, 825,000 now. Needs to claw.
Well, this is the hand you got to go with when you're down to 7 blinds. Everyone's waiting for you. King, Queen, one of the better hands you can get dealt.
All in. Hold on. Hold. Hold.
J&T snap calls, 2 kings. Doug Polk, he might be out of here. Haven't gone through a whole orbit yet.
Note the flat, by the way, from JNT. This is something that I'm not sure I've seen in police garb. He's looking to put some other people in jail
agent
here. Yeah, yeah. Undercover.
All right.
As Doug Polk with
Sound happier.
not altogether pleasant. All right. Who can blame him? Ace, Queen, 8. Second pair for Polk.
At least now you have direct counts.
True. That's not great.
A ray of hope on the flop and then added raise
True. That's not
on
great.
the turn to a
We're gonna have
chop.
to actually upgrade the full way here on the river. All right, good game, guys.
GG's.
And just like that, blink and you'll miss it. Double-double for Ike Haxton. Whereas a knockout punch for Doug Polk, Randy. Guess we no longer need to ask the question as to whether or not this one's going to take shape like the Luxon Pay Invitational. Certainly rates to be doing so here, as Polk's tenure at the FT incredibly short-lived, out in 9th, earning himself $422,500. As for the rest of the field, they've locked up over $500,000. You can see it there, $510,000 to be exact. Those were long odds for Polk to be out of there inside of the first orbit.
Yeah, he had a very healthy stack coming in, and just on the 4th hand, already eliminated from this final table. And I guess he won't have too many hands to discuss on his YouTube channel.
He'll find something to talk about. Prolific content creator and now card room owner out in Texas. But what he isn't is still here at this final table. Second ever Triton event for him.
Looks like it's folded over to Loon Loon, who's thinking about finding an opportunity. King 3, quite weak.
I saw paint when you peeled that last time. I looked away before I saw the second card. I don't know. I think I saw black paint.
So we do have a BVB spot. Don't know if Timothy Adams is going to want to play this out of position against such a strong player who's got him covered. So keep it simple.
It's okay.
There's the policeman's garb. More of a kind of resort cop, not really the
Resort cop.
you know, I mean, urban tactical team there.
So what, like the St. Regis or something?
Yeah, like more of a walkie-talkie, but no actual handgun. Pocket deuces here. Bit of a handgun for Loon Loon. Fires his stack into the middle, and an ace-4 for Tim Adams on the button.
Yeah, clearly Loon Loon needs to look for a spot to take it down pre. And Chidwick's got the slightly better pocket pair, pocket 5s.
1 4 0 5 I do.
There's a reasonable chance he continues here, knowing that Loon Loon is going to jam pretty wide in the cutoff as the shortest stack. Of course, Chidwick, keeping in mind the chip leader has got position on him. Does he want to put in 1.375 and fold in case Daniel Cates wakes up behind? Looks like he's going to pay it off in the lead.
So, Adams folds the ace, but of course Chidwick not going to fold the pocket 5s. Wonder how he would have approached the 5s had Adams flatted or come over the top, which obviously was very unlikely, but could we have a different scenario on our hands?
Very, very possible. Loon Loon needs a deuce.
Queen 10-6 instead. Prospects grim now for Loon. Board pairing queen on the turn.
We can chop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 or a 6.
Oh, GG.
But instead, the king rolls off, and that will do it for Loon Loon.
Poker, Chidwick. I played poker against Chidwick. It's
As
fire and ice.
Chidwick
I like that idea.
dispenses the member of the Malaysian delegation, Loon Loon, who obviously did well to earn his way here to this final table in the main. He will add $500,000 to his career, $785,000 in Triton earnings. 6th ever cash. And obviously, higher hopes were had
I think so too.
for Loon Loon.
Is also
Yeah,
like
but it's nice to
Already.
see these Malaysian businessmen coming out and doing well still. Obviously a very tough field here in the main.
Certainly.
GG. We're down to 7.
That we are.
2 bust outs. Less than 1 orbit.
So who's our fourth?
Huh?
Who's our fourth? Ike? Police?
Who's the water at this table? I don't know.
Timothy Adams folding to 7-6
Doug would
suited.
have been the water.
Doesn't like being
Doug
out of
would have been the
position.
water.
They want me to move closer to you. And use
Steven's
the
for
spot.
sure the earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I can
want
see
us
Doug
to
as
share
water.
We're gonna share that box?
Or,
I think I'm for sure the fire. He's for sure
or
the
I
earth.
could wield the power of 2 elements.
Just make a pillow hand.
Oh shit! Don't go there. That's too intimidating.
Tight.
I would accept being forced to play top limit.
Chidwick. Blinds at 75, 150. Makes it 300,000 from the button. Suited 1 gapper, ace 7.
Fire.
Waiting Pardo.
Decent chance he actually just rips this one in.
He does have the shorter stack of James Chen out there, though, Randy, and obviously
That's
with that
probably why.
510,000 being picked up by Lun Lun, the payout now 705 in the jump, a whopping $265,000. So
Jean Noir. Jean,
proceeding with caution and flopping an ace.
No. I said you could be the water at the table.
you have to. No, it's okay. Don't worry.
No way.
In command here.
Do you know English?
No English.
Oh, okay.
Not friendly.
Huh?
Not friendly.
All right. I don't know much French.
Stevie can translate for us when he's not in the pot.
Stevie, yes.
Does Stevie speak French?
Yeah.
His wife.
Oh.
His wife is French.
That's news.
Ah,
Yeah. His wife, Maureen,
la
down.
femme
hails
de
from France.
Ouais. Elle est
est
française.
française.
150K C-bet here.
Donc il parle français, mais il ne le montre pas.
I didn't catch that. Tout lentement, s'il te plaît.
Il parle français. He speak French, but in don't show.
Ah,
How do you say check raise in French?
so he can listen to
Check
French poker
raise,
players'
perhaps.
hands,
Doubtful.
what they had against him.
But
Fired.
375K and
Unorthodox.
a little bit, yeah. I was a bit surprised to see it again because of the presence of James Chen's shorter stack and the fact that Stevie could absolutely stick you in a blender. Some random 10x or a better ace possible.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting, but, you know, Juan Pardo is kind of one of those guys who takes these crafty lines, keep his opponents on their toes. I'm not sure what his intentions were if there was heavy action.
Translate the jungle though. That's like
Are you conversational though? You're yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah. This was the combo I was gonna get on the Triton jersey if I registered early enough.
What's that? What's that? Johan?
I can't say it now.
Normally I'd be all over that, Randy, but I'm just going to let it sit.
Okay.
It's
I
Ali
thought you
2.0.
would. I
Could
don't
also
know.
be
Can you
reverse
go back to
supercharger.
1.0? It's the one.
You don't like it?
Everyone loves 1.0. 2.0 is it's no fun. Just that Buddha.
Buddha's here.
Have you ever thought about going down to the floor? How much money you would have made when those two players got busted out? Just trying to sell it to the player who was behind Doug Polk and Lun Lun. Like, hey,
No.
increase your equity 10%. Just give me 10K.
Obviously, there is some elastic demand for Buddhas. Greater need in spots like that. Price is dynamic. But here, Juan Pardo, nothing altogether dynamic about his procedure to be expected with ace-10 opens, and JNT concedes. Mucked around a jungle. Swinging from the vine to the tune of 300,000.
This is gonna be a no for me.
No 7 deuce bounty.
Sure.
You could limp it and we could battle post flop. How about that?
Well, don't be careful what you wish for. You want to see some wish?
I do.
Might get your wish.
In fact, I'm not even
Run and sim
I'm not
that.
even I'm not even sure you're capable, because since you're fire.
Are you saying it might be wind?
Huh? No, I said you're probably not capable of limping because you're fire. You're also wearing red. That fits too.
Pretty fiery. I'm
Yeah,
the
you're
most,
fire for sure.
most explosive.
As they discuss the elements.
I-
Earthly Chidwick, pocket eights.
Unclear what started the element
I
conversation.
don't know how it got started, but
I'm
apparently-
guessing jungle's the culprit.
Yeah. Oh, of course. He's the fire.
Chidwick's just
Pocket
the most
eights.
obvious earth. So you got the earthy chips.
Yeah.
Got like a green patch on that says Neuro Peak.
Still haven't gotten the
Style
referral
is
code.
solid like granite.
I still haven't gotten the Neuropeak referral code from you. I keep like,
I didn't send it to you?
I don't think so.
Oh, I did. Okay.
I still haven't gotten his music
Maybe you
recommendations
did
either.
and I just
So
lost it.
I'll send it again.
Thank you.
You need to give your music recommendations.
yeah, he's gonna send me his like the rap that he listens to. That's like what was that? Like very non-mainstream.
Ace 8 once again for Daniel Cates.
Yeah.
Kind of random.
Yeah. A little unexpected, but it also makes sense.
Man, I guess it makes sense.
Who is it that listens to rap?
I believe
Who's
they're
James
talking
Chen referring
about
to?
Stephen Chidwick. Everyone wanting referrals and recommendations.
That is a bit of a surprise. But I think he's got range, Randy.
Yeah, he plays a range of hands, correct.
Not involved in this one, as it does get mucked around to Tim Adams. And he does not want to enter the forest, let alone the jungle.
So your style of music's rap, is that right?
Mostly what I listen to, yeah.
All right, I did not see that coming.
Not just us.
I didn't, but then it instantly clicked and it made sense.
It kind of intrigues me more though, just because I don't know. Rap's,
You didn't think you didn't think the Earth guy would listen to rap, right?
I don't know. I just didn't see him as a rap guy.
You thought I was just listening to like flute music?
I didn't know what the fuck he listened to. I thought maybe, I guess jazz wouldn't make much sense. Maybe like alternative rock or something. Or
Kate's opening with King 10 suited.
classical music, actually.
And JNT.
Classical music.
Smooth call.
Again, undercover agent.
If I
This
had to
pair
guess,
not quite as big as the one that preceded it, of course. And we can tell that JNT does have a bit of an agenda.
Yeah, when you go undercover, though, you do kind of let these people just attack with worse hands, and you can just pick them off. And you can see James Chen contemplating attacking of A6 offsuit, thinking that JNT just has his dead money with this flat call, but clearly would snap it off. A6 offsuit doesn't seem like enough hand to be able to do this play. Reluctantly folds the ace.
I get a real sense of live pro vibes from James Chen.
100%. That is his thing, is live pro vibes, not the online felt.
So then, his departure leaves us playing heads up on an ace-8 deuce board. Cates actually likes it, can rep the ace, has the king-high flush draw, whereas JNT may not like it much at all. But a check in front of him will be accepted as we see the check back.
Curious to see if Jungle comes out firing
I
now
could
with the
see
turn
me as, like,
flop
metalhead
check through.
as well. It would kind of fit as well.
It would actually.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he would shake the 2 jacks yet. Depends on what sizing he opts to go for.
Sure.
Ambient music. Elevator music.
Checks again.
Yeah, sometimes I just write it up and down for
He might feel that J&T's got a hand that doesn't want to fold to 1 bet.
my morning.
So with the line that he's taken, maybe he's given J&T a chance to kind of win the spot where as the 2 jacks would kind of fear the ace if there was bets in front of him. But it's possible Jungle occasionally comes in for check raise, just thinking, well, you check back the flop and you bet the turn. You can't be that strong.
Sure.
Okay, he's cutting out chips. Very possible.
Well, cutting them out and sticking them in are 2 different things. Could just be some inventory.
1.5, I believe.
Deposited.
Wow. Look at that.
I think almost everything that starts with a vowel. If you don't say una. If you, it's either un or une.
Yeah.
So masculine or feminine.
Yeah, I know.
1.5 means another 1.1 would be required for JNT to move forward, and these jacks are under tremendous pressure here.
I remember it not being that
Look,
simple.
it is the best hand, but there's an ace out there. There's 2 draws. You're not sure where you're trying to fade. You don't know if another bet is coming. And Jungle Man doing the chip leader things, playing great.
And obviously that situation, that opportunity, very much the product of JNT's pre-flop line as a flat caller as opposed to a 3-better, sizing big enough, and maybe that King 10 suited finds the muck. Unclear, but obviously JNT also showing a little bit of respect for the fact that there are only 2 stacks out there bigger than his in Jungle and Chidwick, and those are the ones he does not want to tussle with if given a choice.
Hello, Pocket Kings.
The deck continues to run rich here in the early going. This time, James Chen, the beneficiary.
Currently the shortest stack, playing off of 11 big blind stack. Let's see if he comes in with min raise or jam. Yeah, he's just going to jam here, and the reason is he pretty much plays his whole range with this stack size off of the hijack, so he just needs to play balance where it's pretty much face up if he comes in with a min raise here in this spot. Just screaming for a call, and Chidwick's got 2 6s. He called Loon Loon with pocket 5s in the cutoff. This is 1 position earlier with the 2 kings, different opponent.
How worrisome is it that Cates is behind him in the big, if at all?
I would think he would be worried, but he didn't show that he was worried when he called the jam of Loon Loon with the pocket 5s earlier. Similar chip distribution.
And similar stack size for Loon.
Yeah. Curious to see what he does with these 2 6s, because technically it is 1 pip higher. Is that 1 position earlier that much of a difference to warrant a fold? What a laydown. Good timing.
Apparently, yes. So Chidwick making the right moves at the right time, something that we've grown accustomed to when observing his procedures here at this final table. James Chen finished 9th in that 250K Luxon Pay Invitational for $680,000 and has already bettered that mark here in his 2nd event here at this London Festival, 3rd ever Triton Series. Now, if you, like James Chen and all of those pictured on your screen, want to work your way to a Triton Super High Roller Series but don't necessarily have a spare $125,000 sitting in your back pocket, well then we've got just the thing for you. GG Poker, the exclusive home of Triton satellites and qualifiers. You can parlay as little as $25 into a 25K event. Pay them a visit. And while you're there, check out the World Series of Poker online series as well as the GG Millions. And check out Pocket Aces for Jean-Noël Torel. He's already had kings. He's already had jacks. And now he's got an amazing spot on his hand, Randy.
Back-to-back kings for James. This looks like an amazing spot for him, but an absolute disaster.
And much like a post-coitus Black Widow spider, this is a dead stack walking.
Yes.
Randy giving me that look.
The nod. The snap. How disgusting is this?
You mean the fact that the female Black Widow spider devours her mate after, or the kings
I
versus
really don't want to
aces?
see what happens if these two aces hold, according to your description. Shall we take a flop?
A reasonable assumption.
4.4 million in the middle, the coldest of decks for James Chen, who's been tight-lipped about the fact that he had back-to-back kings. Turn doesn't help him. 2 outs, 1 time for Chen. Is it there? No.
Good game. Good game, James.
And the 4 of hearts on the river gives us our 3rd casualty, already barely a couple of orbits into this final table, as shades of the Luxon Pay Invitational paying a visit to us in the 125K main. For James Chen, yet another deep cash. This one earning him $705,000 and leaving us knocking on the door of a 7-figure score. Nothing he can do, and he knows it. And Jean-Noël Torel hauling in the remains of James Chen, leaving himself with 8 million, nipping on the heels of Stephen Chidwick, with Jungle still at the top.
It's been fast, Ollie.
Tim Adams in 5th hasn't even played at pot yet.
It doesn't matter if 3 people are going to bust right in front of you. You just collect a huge pay jump. Several of them, as you can see here on the screen. 970 guaranteed, just shy of 1 million.
He's all right with it.
Obviously, as you saw, a cold deck for James Chen, but good to see him make another deep run after absence from our Triton stops for many years. Shall we play 6-handed now? Almost the same hand here, BVB. Juan Pardo going to try and get a free flop here. We'll see what the policeman wants to do. Oh, almost mucked his hand.
Yeah, he was operating under the assumption that Pardo was never going to limp, and in doing so, clearly there are some range narrowing impacts.
Well, it's clearly a very dusty hand for him to just outright want to muck.
997, both players make 2 pair. Advantage Pardo for the time being. You can see that a whopping 93% of the time these guys will be chopping. You see Pardo bets the 150, and once the guy wanted to fold to Yupri so quickly, him coming along here on this flop, it's just clubs 9 or a 7 and that's it.
It's pretty much that.
Maybe some open-enders?
I would think the open-enders would at least, some of those combos would think about calling a raise, right? Like the suited variety. However, it is going to be a chop pot with this queen on the turn.
That's provided no one's hand finds the muck, though, which is still TBD.
And Pardo, you know, exercising caution, as he knows, could easily be up against 9X as well. Enough to continue.
So the check call of 300K after the queen rolled off, now an ace.
looking to get the showdown, both players.
7.
Round of checks. And we'll hit the reset button. Little nuance, by the way, that earlier in this festival I think I'd misspoken about, but it's not a clean chop, as JNT had the big blind ante out there, and now he has to divide those chips with Pardo, so some modest profit goes to the Spaniard.
You see the silver lining for the small blind. Nicely done.
Mm-hmm. Look at Adams. He's like, oh, I'm just going to take a nap. You guys keep cannibalizing each other. I'll enjoy these ladders.
I mean, he can wait around as long as he wants. He's got 30 blinds, very comfy. And he has the big stacks to his left. So really just needs to play snug. King, queen. Not this snug. This one should be going into the pot with some chips. Probably mini raise. No, mini raise plus a little.
King, queen for Adams.
A nice suited connected to close the action here. 30 big blinds effective. They got the same stack, roughly.
So, under the gun versus big blind as Haxton's suited connector turns into a gut shot and backdoor diamonds up against top pair and backdoor clubs for Adams.
Yeah, not a bad flop for Haxton, having an extra added flush draw, as you mentioned. Imagine the king queen would want to value bet here, given that this is the type of board you'd see bet at a high frequency, so you kind of want to balance out your bluffing range. So the big question here for Haxton is, does he want to check call, which certainly is fine, or come in with a check raise, knowing the high c-bet frequency of the UTG Open on King XX boards? The nice thing about the backdoor diamonds is you got more follow-throughs if you do get called on the flop when you check raise.
$300K, the follow-through sizing from Adams, roughly 1/3 pot. Check raise by Haxton, and this isn't going to get through. Another 550 for Adams to make the call. Now, mind you, Haxton does have Adams covered, ever so slightly coming into this one. There is one stack shorter than theirs and Juan Pardo out there. And of course,
he's going to call here, Ali.
A huge $290,000 pay jump as well. Now, the turn pairs Haxton, giving Adams the club draw, 2.6 in the middle. After that extra 550K was called.
Yeah, kind of tricky with the clubs coming in for Haxton. And if you do happen to bet when flushes come in after check raising, you do size down closer to the third pot or lower.
675.
It seems that he's got the intention of maintaining control, occasionally follow through with a river bet. I suppose he does beat kind of some 5x that might c-bet the flop, but hard to say. With the added equity, maybe he doesn't really want to kind of get blown off of it and set the price himself. Price-wise, pretty good for Timothy Adams. Still has top pair, king of clubs for backup. The speed of this call, though, might worry Haxton in following through with a river bet.
Sure.
On blanks. A pretty bad card to follow through, given the king will look pretty good on this board texture with the board pairing 5.
So the extra 1.35 on the turn, courtesy of the 675k bet and call. Haxton has ballooned this one. Sits with 2.7 million back, covering Adams. Let's see if Ike gives up. Yes, we have our answer. But the give up, obviously, with the 9, still worlds in which maybe Adams can pursue value with king-queen at a sizing that Ike would pay off, Randy?
I'll say usually, yes, you've got the best hand, but I would not expect Isaac Haxton to pay off with a 9 here, and caution is probably the right play. You know, you got a lot of chips in there. Nicely done.
So then, Haxton surveying the remains of his stack after tussling with Adams and coming out on the wrong end of it. He will slide back to the short stack, 2.7 million in change. Adams, meanwhile, 6.5 million.
Only upwards for Stephen Chidwick so far at this final table. King Jack of clubs. Still hasn't finished stacking his chips, Timothy Adams, but gonna need to get involved here with the ace-9 offsuit. Just doesn't know where to put his cards.
Yeah, big blind defense, certainly reasonable. And there we see it. Gingerly put forth. (10-8-4). No pair anywhere. Advantage Adams. But Chidwick with the 2 overs and the betting lead.
Not a great board for both players. Not sure if Chidwick is going to fire a c-bet, but ideally would have want at least 1 club out there to kind of have more multi-barrels in his range. Type of board that hits the big blind more than the UTG Open too. A check back we go. Not bad.
Jack hits Chidwick for top pair. Open ender, though, for Adams. Texture getting interesting here in an 825k pot.
Definitely merit for Adams to fire out with this open-ended. The weak check back, if he does fire, should go sizable to try to kick out, you know, the pairs that are just one that are weak. Ace highs that would check back this flop. Opts to kind of go for the more passive line given the chip distribution. 2 short stacks do exist, which is Juan Pardo and Haxton. A very nice spot to strongly consider a value bet on this very drawy board. Also, given that he's got more chips than his opponent probably won't come in with check raise bluffs as much, but actually playing passive. Not really looking to tussle with these 40 big blind stacks or so. I suppose if you got to check this down with ace-9 so far, you'd want to continue checking.
So the pot control line from Stevie with the check back also presents an opportunity for Adams to turn his hand into a bluff if he feels the need.
I don't think he will, just given that it's a one-street game and Chidwick would... Oh, actually, sorry. 550. Excuse me.
I say turn his hand into a bluff. It's just bluffing outright, as the hand doesn't have enough showdown value to be converted.
So for him to bet the ace-9 must mean that he feels Chidwick would have bet a pair by now on the turn. Chidwick, top pair. And you can clearly never folding, but actually seeing is there value in raising king-jack. And I believe there is, because he should think that Adams would want to bet out the turn when he gets this drawy. Straight draws existing, the obvious ones. Really, I feel the only hand he should be worried about in this spot is like an ace-jack that played passive on the turn or pocket sixes. Usually he will have the best hand of king-jack and might be able to find a raise, but hard to do so at these FTs. He's figured it out.
So, Chidwick now making it $1.5 million. And do you think that this is designed to fold out anything better than king-jack?
Excuse me? What do you mean, Ali?
The raise to $1.5 million is strictly for value, never to try to push a hand better than king-jack out of the pot.
Correct. I don't think two-pair would ever fold, and ace-jack would be the only thing on the cusp. But given the line, I don't even think ace-jack would be laying it down. It's just so tough playing against Chidwick, who's still looking for finish value. 6 remaining in the main event. Very crafty line from both players.
So, Adams making the fold. Credit Chidwick, by the way, with the check back on the turn, creating the opportunity for Adams to bluff at it. Although it would seem that normal sizing on the turn with the open-ender and an ace, Adams may have called something in a similar sizing.
Yeah. I'll say the big takeaway from that hand is that these players are willing to take different lines to kind of throw their opponents off, and they're going to have to really pay attention to try to maximize this situation. 2 6s for the button of Isaac Haxton. Queen 4 offsuit. Respect to Haxton.
Sixes earn him the blinds and the ante.
Serious.
He's not dressed as the Joker. Where's that line come from?
Big money.
So what?
So what, says Jungle?
Kind of true for some players.
I heard the.
Intimidated by you, Jungle, that's all.
What's that?
I'm just intimidated by you. Can't come up with anything to say. So scared.
See how you feel. How do you feel? Like
Scared. That's what I just said. especially a real big blind. It's very scary.
I don't know if I want you to feel scared or not. Would you say you're a wizard, Ike?
Raise and take it for 8s
What would you say you are?
for Pardo.
Ike the wizard. He is the wizard.
Looks like a wizard. Poker player.
That would be accurate. Hard to argue with that.
Huh?
Hard to argue with that. That's what I'm doing.
What if I want you to argue?
That's obviously true.
We got a King 9 suited here
One thing I
for
realized
J and
is
T.
all the value and the truth comes from there being a place where there's not truth. You see what I mean? Value's in between. Ponder that. Philosophy major.
Pocket queens, as it's not going to take any specific philosophy to get a raise in there from the small blind against this JNT. Under the gun open.
1 million?
A million chip 3-bet.
Mm-hmm.
4 to 2 queens. These are 2 of the big stacks at this FT, and
I learned
J&T
that
wisely lays it down.
in philosophy class, by the way.
You did. What philosophy class?
Actually, I learned it from Alex Triton.
That's very different from philosophy class.
It was his philosophy class.
A good source of information.
Huh?
He is a good source of information. The wise man.
Would you say you're wise?
No.
You're not? Fuck, what are you?
Haxton's just like, can I play
Yeah.
my FT? Is that all right? Jungle. One time.
You take any philosophy classes in your time in school, Ali?
If I did, I didn't attend them regularly enough to remember anything. I know there's nihilism, right? Nihilism. I'm not sure how you pronounce
I
it.
really have no idea.
You remember that?
No, I don't, actually.
Oh.
Ace-4 suited?
So did you not take any philosophy
No,
classes?
I did not. I was just asking if you did.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought maybe you were going to walk us down that path. There's Kate's button, Ace-4 suited.
Yeah, I forgot you were Ollie 2.0 today. Hello, Ace-4 suited.
Wow. Flops the wheel with a spade draw, unfortunately for his purposes. JNT doesn't really have much of anything.
Ideally, of course, you'd want to check back if you knew your opponent had 9-8, but very
Sure.
hard to do so with deep stacks. You want to build a pot. I do like that he's going cutesy with his bet size to hopefully induce some bluffs, but doesn't work.
Are you bold?
So, easy check fold for JNT.
There we go. There we go. Got somewhere.
Chipping away at Ike is Jungle, always relentless.
You mean verbally?
Both. Ace 10. Easy enough for Chidwick to open.
Yeah, he has been chipping away his opponents. King Jack suited for Juan Pardo.
Like a modern day wizard.
Could be a spot he reshoves on the Chidwick Open, who has been opening a very large range. From time to time, some flat calls in position. Pretty much never
1.4
folding.
million.
A half stack shove.
So the 3-bet from the Spaniard gets through
I thought you were
Chidwick.
gonna make it 750, and I was gonna make it 1.4.
Sorry?
I thought you were gonna make it 750, and I was gonna make it 1.4 million.
A chirpy FT so far.
Let's not forget, though, there's definitely still business at hand with almost 4.2 million up top, 970 the on-deck payout, and a 290K pay jump from 6th to 5th. As only one sub-20 big blind stack right now, and it belongs to Ike Haxton.
Baby suited connectors for J&T on the dealer button.
Goes to work.
A slight size up here into the big blind of Timothy Adams with King 5 suited, very playable, dominating position. The default is to kind of try and take flops with these type of suited kings.
Ace 9-8. Fails to connect for Adams after the big blind defense. Same story for J&T, but obviously he could rep the ace.
Yeah, his main advantage is the pre-flop aggression, does check through the flop, but now picking up the gutter, which might get him to activate a bit now if it does get checked to him once again.
And let's not forget that just because he checked back on the flop doesn't mean that he didn't interact with that flop.
That's very true, because on these ace 9-8 textures, you tend to check back your weakest aces, so the ace wheelie type cards.
Second check from Adams.
Yeah, Timothy Adams try to buy a free river with that tank, try to pretend he's got some showdown value, but J&T having none of that as he does reach for these chips to likely steal this pot soon. It's a big one. 700K into 1 million.
It might feel a little sus, but King 5, understandably, goes into the muck. With the ICM circumstances as they are, Randy, there's that one school of thought where one doesn't need to be a hero. Sit back, be disciplined, be responsible, be patient, see if you can't secure a ladder courtesy of some other collisions elsewhere in the field. Then there's that other attitude that we see rise up from time to time and say, I'm here to win it. I'm not here for all that laddering business.
That's true. And we kind of saw that happen right away with Doug Polk, second hand of the tournament, where he could lay down these 2-8s, went for the win. He's out. So, you know, it's a double-edged sword where sometimes it works out and sometimes you're left with the first payout.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say of this cast of remaining 6, it's J&T the most likely to kind of just pounce on the players who are trying to ladder up a bit find more opportunities to win chips. Haxton getting quite short here, 2.7 million with a big blind of 200K. Notice him still attacking off of this stack with just 10-9 offsuit. Adams got King Jack. Interesting. If he wants to play this spot, it seems like a spot where you 3-bet or fold. Because if you just call, you kind of open the door for Chidwick to kind of just pounce and bleed away. Curious to see what he comes up with.
$2.3 back for Haxton. As Adams deliberates, and ace-8 does await the min-raise open in the big.
925.
Depending on how Tim tries to approach this one, and you see the 3-bet come into 925,000, that makes the decision easy for Chidwick.
That's got to feel pretty good. Taking that one down with the small 3-bet, realizing that Haxton is still attacking.
No doubt. Nicely done there from Tim Adams. Adams' Triton track record, almost 9 million in career earnings, 10 cashes, 1 title, did finish 4th in our 200K 8 max. His title coming all the way back in Jeju in 2019. In a main event, no less. 2 million HKD buy-in.
Yeah, but that predates your arrival to our Triton scene.
Wasn't around for that one.
That was an aggressive check.
Made it count as he dominates Chidwick in a limp blind versus blind confrontation where Chidwick hits the side card for the lead on a King 7-4 board.
You usually see more of a passive line out of position in the spot with a chip deficit. Nothing wrong with betting itself, but maybe looks like he is going to bet. Jungle with the queen 6. Just queen high. Seems a little eye roll.
Well, he's irritated a little bit.
It's kind of like, why are you betting into me on this board texture? Shouldn't you be checking to the chip leaders?
Sure.
This thought.
Sure. It's a very reasonable one as well. But I think that's where, you know, somebody like Stephen Chidwick becomes so menacing because he just doesn't stick to the plot line maybe that you expect him to. He's able to deviate, able to exploit, and really give you fits.
Yeah, he doesn't have a one-page playbook, you know. He's got so many other lines, and you've seen it already demonstrated several times at this final table with that King-Jack check back. But not necessarily to play pot control, because you saw him value raise on the river, despite it being kind of one of those innocuous river cards with the 6. Ace-Jack suited for Haxton, getting really short. And usually the decision to min-raise or jam kind of depends on your position. The earlier you are, the more likely you just ship it because you don't want to kind of see flat calls. But still comes in with min-raise, perhaps opportunities of getting away with heavy action behind him. I don't think he would fold if he did get 3-bet, though.
Last time, had to succumb to Adams. Coming over the top of him. This time, no 3-bet as Jungle. Flats with Queen 9 suited. Seeks a count.
Wow.
Jack 10-4, open ender and a club draw for Cates. Top pair for Haxton.
Cates is the favorite, 62% unpaired. And when you min raise instead of jam, you do allow people to kind of come along that would have folded pre-flop. So this could easily be a bet all-in situation and call, and Haxton could be at risk as the dog. And he just c-bet jams.
Look at that.
All right. Yeah.
No decisions as suddenly a 4.9 million chip pot breaks out. Six-handed and tremendously vulnerable is Ike's hand. Note the equities. A better than 3-2 favorite is Cates with 2 to come. Turn now adding to the equation for Cates as he pairs the 9. Ike claims of too many outs here. Needs to fade. And he's done it. The too many outs claim coming true. Has the equity dog on the flop. Doubles. And a bit of criticism there from Jungle.
Yeah, just, of course, annoyed that he lost that pot. Seems like.
I thought you might only have one club and then you'd have to fold.
Ike defending himself, but no need per se.
I didn't follow what?
If you had Queen 9 offsuit, Queen of Spades, and the 9 of clubs, I don't think you can call. That's why I went all in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm lucky.
Bit of a pushback there from Haxton.
Well, look at Ike. Now in front of Juan Pardo, who sits 6th of 6 runners. Jungle off his high water mark considerably as he is 3rd behind Chidwick and JNT after that collision. Blinds at 100, 200,000, 200K big blind Annie. And that peek at the leaderboard brought to you by Poker Steak. Doug Polk, Lun Lun, James Chen are the dearly departed thus far here.
A King 9 suited here. Looking to get right back in it with that double up of Ace Jack of Hearts. An ace mystery is always dangerous when it's one of, I was going to say one of the biggest stacks, but actually the largest stack with Jungle losing that last pot. A very small 3-bet in position.
Ace X. Making it 900,000 as Haxton looking to parlay the double into something greater. King 9 suited enough off of 4.5 back to call the extra $500,000. It is clicky.
It's tough because you normally wouldn't want to play this out of position, but then your opponent made it so small where it's quite enticing. But does lay it down. You can see that even though it was just 500K more, he gets his opponent to fold, and you can kind of size down a bit against the 20 to 25 big blind opens. Doesn't have to risk too much, but get the same effect.
Nicely done there for Chidwick, for whom the sailing has been largely smooth thus far here at this FT.
Very, very smooth.
Mind you, Stevie knows what it takes to win a Triton main event. Evidenced by that beautiful Jacob & Co. watch on his left wrist. 17 million plus in career Triton earnings, 27 cashes, and that main event victory, the only one, shockingly enough, that he has on his resume.
Yeah, but he has kind of put himself in a situation with many top 3 finishes, just unable to ever close.
Why so serious? Because the police is here. Gotta be serious on the police.
400.
The players willing to engage with Jungle have already been departed, unfortunately. Another King Jack of Diamonds here for Juan Pardo, looking to take down the blinds. Haxton dominated. Baby offsuit kicker. Not enough.
Let's talk a little bit about Juan Pardo, shall we, Randy?
Shall we? Let's do
Takes
it.
that one down. The Spanish delegation has grown. Of course, we know the typical Gio Ido and Adrian Mateos, the ones that come to mind more often. But here in his first ever Triton Festival, he's notched 2 8th-place finishes. Lucky number 8. Let's not overlook that.
He's beaten that so far.
GG Millions live. 25K. He won 109,800. Failed to cash in the 40K Mystery Bounty and the 50K 8 Max. And then in the 200K 8 Max, his 8th place finish was good for $600,000 as he has over 700K to his name thus far on the festival. Going to be better than doubling that tally regardless of his finish here today, as 970,000 are locked up.
Yeah, and Juan Pardo more known for his online presence.
Just not shuffle chips for the entire final table.
Probably. I've tried before.
That screen name is one that I've heard muttered by multiple players throughout the course of this festival. Randy, what is it?
Malacca style.
Yeah.
And I still don't know what it means.
It's not good for your hands.
It's not?
I think. Remember, I thought it was a rattle, but then I realized that's a maraca.
Yeah.
I don't know what Malacca styles is. Maybe the Malacca straight?
No, you said
Didn't I
that
say
last
that?
time too, and I showered that thought.
Yeah, but I thought I looked it up, and that was a thing.
Yeah, but that's not what it means.
Okay.
Move on.
All right, Randy.
I can't believe you brought the Buddha, and what is this toothpaste drink you brought me, by the way? It's terrible.
Randy taking umbrage with the peppermint teas, which have been very popular throughout the course of this festival. Players have been drinking them, enjoying them, and that's why I ordered them, Randy. But of course, if you don't like it, that's fine. Pass it this way. As JNT gets ace-5 of spades to pass on the button for Ike. Are you as surprised as I am to see that?
A little bit, but look at who is opening the pot, and look at the sizing he made it. 3x open, getting more folds than normal. Had he sized down, maybe accident activates and he loses the pot. So one of the advantages of sizing up is getting that more fold equity pre-flop.
I've come to expect the ace-5 suiteds to be among the favorite candidates for a 3-bet, and obviously we know Haxton does work in the solver streets, but
sometimes you got to deviate, realizing that the ICM pressure is so intense. A couple kings here for Juan Pardo.
the solvers haven't really accounted for JNT yet, have they?
No, it scrambles it. Like, what do you mean these are the ranges we got to input?
Oh, my God.
Ouch.
JNT has already taken aces up against kings. That's how he showered James Chen. Here he is now 3-betting to $1 million over the top of Juan Pardo, who is going to be powerless to do anything other than flat.
Look at the hands. It's ace-king suited and pocket jacks. A 3 or 4-way confrontation incoming?
I'll take the over on confrontation. This is Oppenheimer Poker Edition.
Atomic.
Truly nuclear.
Explosive 4-bet incoming.
Radioactive is this scenario. Geiger counters going nuts. I mean, one could not fault Stephen Chidwick for maybe thinking, I block both of the hands that are actually out there right now. I'm suited. A delightful 4-bet candidate.
He's in there. Look at the jack, straight into the muck. Love that from Daniel Cates. Mind you, it was a cold 4-bet in front of him.
Oh, boy.
I know.
Wait, did J&T say all in or not?
Oh, my.
Did you hear that?
I heard all in, and for a second I thought it was Pardo, but his lips didn't move. I mean, I don't know that it matters, but obviously you don't love to hear it.
He's asking. He wants to know a count of the stack.
I thought I heard it, Ollie.
Now, I got to ask you this. Is verbal action out of turn binding, Randy?
It is if it doesn't change the action. So if Juan Pardo calls, I believe he can change his mind. I don't know. I don't know the exact ruling. Given this situation, it's quite tricky. But it's a big statement to hear someone say all in with these 40 big blind stacks.
7 million?
7,675.
And this is 1.8, right?
This is no 2.3.
2.3?
Huh?
Efforting, by the way, in a quick discussion on the sidebar with producer James, what the implications of this out-of-turn verbal declaration by JNT are in terms of Juan Pardo. If Pardo were to raise himself, then JNT gets his action back. If he flats, though, James? Okay, so we're being told that if Juan Pardo flatted, he could force the all-in from JNT. Not that with these two hands specifically, Randy, anything different is going to happen. I mean, this is...
But, Ollie, he's using multiple time banks, actually thinking about folding these two kings. There's no other reason. Because it's insane for JNT to still jam. Look at the stack size. This is number 1 and number 2 in chips, and he's saying, I want to commit all of them out of turn. No way, he folds 2 kings, Ali.
Was it 7-6?
Yes.
Mind-blowing.
I'm actually speechless, as I have to imagine, Randy, that it was JNT's out-of-turn all-in that had everything to do with Juan Pardo finding the muck and miraculously sparing himself. Look at this. He suspected he was up against aces, and he was right. This, I have to say, in all the years that I've been doing commentary, Randy, is the most insane hand that I've ever observed pre-flop.
I agree. What an amazing fold. 2 kings.
And Chidwick showing acute optimism as he says, sounds like spades are alive. Only one hit this flop in a 16 million chip pot. Number 1 and number 2. Chidwick has JNT covered. That's the only mercy as the 5 of diamonds on the turn leaves him drawing dead and leaves me absolutely shell-shocked.
Juan Pardo has another life. He folded kings off of a 20 big blind stack. Do you know how insane that is, Ollie? It's ridiculous.
Let me tell you
amazing.
Something. The other day, down one of my internet rabbit holes, I'm not even sure why this showed up on some sort of social feed or something, but it was a statistic about people who have survived falls from great heights.
1, 2, 3,
And in my mind, I thought to myself, if the parachute fails, you're just dead. And yet here, Juan Pardo, the chute came right off. He was in free fall and slated to hit the ground and get showered. Somehow survives. Lifeline from JNT, inadvertent in nature. That is, of course, provided we heard what we heard, Randy, but I'm almost positive that is what took place.
We 100% did because of the little chatter. And, yeah, Juan Pardo, amazing fold, and just left with a scratch despite that parachute jump, free falling.
What was that?
Look at the chip distribution. JNT vaults to the top, 16 million. Chidwick is our short stack. He's got 10 blinds. 6 remaining.
I'll tell you
4.2
what,
up top.
It is better to have those 10 blinds than to have been showered. And Chidwick is the kind of guy who isn't going to let this unravel him. Take a breath. Focus, recenter, make the adjustments.
He doesn't act out of 10. You shove, and he shoves, and they fold.
Confirmed by Chidwick. As that really
brutalized,
deeply impactful misstep by JNT. We know that there's no intent. Obviously, why would he ever want to give an opportunity to 2 kings to hit the muck? But wow, and now 2 queens for Tim Adams as insanity continues to unfold before our very eyes here in the main.
We got to move on, Ali. Here we go. 2 queens, 3 betting here.
JNT getting busy with that chip lead.
See why everyone's so serious now. Police is no joke.
As Adams
Now I get it.
not going to be given any chase. 10-9 into the muck. Sirens absolutely blaring, though, in that last one. Tim shows the queens, but what was that?
Not impressed. It's just like,
I mean, you heard Stevie say he doesn't act out a turn. Pardo's in there, 2 kings. Ace is in there, and ace king goes into the muck. I think you're right. Most insane hand you've ever seen.
What are those 3 letters again, Randy? W.
WTF?
Yeah. Yeah.
Times 1 million?
Yeah. Exponential.
425.
I'm surprised Stevie's not yelling any.
Listen,
any words.
Tremendous amounts of respect are due Stephen Chidwick, recognizing the innocence of JNT in particular, a man whom he's played with on many occasions, represents the VIP side of the bracket in our invitationals. This is just a pure accident, but it could not have come at a worse time. I mean, you're talking about JNT effectively having reached into Chidwick's pocket, and for that matter, the remainder of the field, and pulled out $290,000. That is the pay jump that they would have secured if we were down to 5-handed, and the aces has showered the kings, as we saw the board would have rendered.
That's very, very true.
Listen, you could cost me $290
You'll be okay
in a
with
pot, and I'm not sure I'd be okay with it. $2,900 for sure I wouldn't. $29,000, violence ensues. $290,000, I'm actually going to spontaneously combust. And yet, Chidwick quietly moves forward. Cannot understate what it takes to keep it together in that spot.
Juan Pardo able to find an opportunity to attack. Should be out of there with those 2 kings.
Oh, this is a ghost. Casper,
Spanish
3
ghost.
betting to 1.8 million over the top of the Kate's cutoff open.
Very close, I think. Very close. Slightly better, I call.
I feel like the YouTube server might actually crash just based on the chat on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. For those of you joining us, welcome aboard. This has not been a sort of day cruise. This has been a real speedboat. Deuces straight into the bin for jungle. Officer JNT limped the button, did he?
He threw in one of the big chips but didn't announce raise, so he is forced to limp. He wanted to.
And again, these are sorts of things that are the product of JNT being a recreational player.
Yeah, a little inexperience with just the little tournament new rules that are out there, and it really changes the dynamic of some of these hands being played. And, you know, Haxton with a hand that maybe would reshove, but now he isn't really sure what to do, so he just comes in with a limp. Adams getting a free flop with the 10-4 offsuit, which he shouldn't be getting had JNT announced raise. Haxton, best hand.
Yeah, 8-5 trade, top pair, top kick. As Ike had to take into consideration that pre-flop.
But it's actually going to favor Ike, given that JNT would have just folded to a reshove and now has flopped second best and has overbet the pot with second pair, and he's holding top pair ace-8. I mean, at this point, there's so much in the middle. Do you just jam top pair, top kicker?
I mean...
Protect what's in the middle? Maybe get called by worse?
But remember, this is an overbet from a man who seemed like he wanted to raise pre-flop, Randy.
It is scary. It might be one of the spots where, please don't have an overpair to this board and just stack me.
But we're not forced into creating the I could get stacked situation here. You see Ike looking up at JNT, deeply awkward.
It's just too good of a hand. I don't see how he can lay down ace-8.
Okay, but
okay, we
he
call
doesn't
for now.
He doesn't have to lay down or jam, as we can see him make the call. Now Adams out of the way. That'll be a bit of relief.
I'm curious to see what his intention is on turns, especially the 10, which is scary for him with the overcard.
I hate to ask this, Randy, but is there even a chance that JNT sized a million without knowing there was only 800 in the middle? I mean, worthy of discussion.
That is a good question, because a million would be a normal c-bet. And look at JNT betting again with what is now third pair. What does Haxton do? Because he might be thinking there are some overpairs on flop, but I'll check it and call and see what's up. For your opponent to still barrel here, you're going to think he doesn't have absolutely nothing.
Well, the French hammer being pounded upon an American nail here.
5 seconds.
He might let this go.
Yeah.
Gosh, JNT is playing the most insane hands back to back.
Let me tell you something.
That was... What kind of policeman is this man?
If this final table was a glass of still water, JNT is the Alka-Seltzer. Drop it right in there and watch it go.
Wow. What did he just get away with?
You know, normally it's difficult enough to navigate waters that contain this caliber of talent. And that can safely be said about just about any final table at a Triton Super High Roller Series. But now, just factor in what JNT is doing, scrambling brains out there and leveraging it as well to great effect as he now sits with 16.7 million.
Even if you're currently in second or third, it feels like your stack will always be at risk if you're playing a pot against JNT.
Make no mistake about that.
We've got a game. And we have no idea who's going out next. Timothy Adams jamming into Chidwick with a 10-7 offsuit. Just surviving, hanging in there. It's like, all right, I'll maintain my stack. JNT, you go do some damage for me and get me those pay jumps.
Right? This is delightful to observe, Randy, because it's unlike any other meta I think I've ever witnessed. I will say this. Just this past summer, deep run again by Nick Rigby, the man who loves to play deuce 3. And there were spots where players had to factor in that could have been in his pre-flop opening range, and all of a sudden the ace-4-5 board, when you're sitting with ace-king, becomes more perilous.
Yes, I've seen some of that, and that's definitely a real thing. You don't know where he's at.
Okay, now the man's got 2 red jacks, Randy, and I don't think anybody knows what's going on, and another ace-king suited pops up for Stevie.
Stevie at risk. 6 remaining still. He was the chip leader not too long ago.
Remember, that ace-king of spades is what put him in this spot.
JNT just getting a count. Orange chips are going in there. Here we go. JNT the favorite to take out Steven Chidwick right now.
10-8-7 as Chidwick's ace-king of diamonds in a 3.5 million chip pot fails to improve and leaves him hunting 6 outs twice for the time being. JNT, the man who dealt the first blow. And now, wobbly are the legs of Steven Chidwick's stack. Ace or a king available? Yes! An ace of hearts, and it looked like there was never a doubt as you watch Chidwick, steely, feeling perhaps like maybe there is some justice as the 2 red jacks fall and deliver a bit of a rebate and keep us intact. 6-handed at this absolutely astounding final table of the Triton Super High Roller Series London main event. If you're out there watching on YouTube, welcome aboard. Thank you so much. I can't imagine you could do anything other than hit the like button and the subscribe button to guarantee that you get to see more of what we've got on offer. And now we take a moment to talk about our official staking partners at PokerStake. Ultimate platform for backing professional poker players around the globe. No fees on any purchases, and more importantly, guaranteed winnings. Why else would you go anywhere else? PokerStake.com, where you can get involved. And there has been no shortage of involvement. What is, come on. Just come on. Pocket aces for JNT. Is the sim breaking down, Randy?
This JNT sim definitely shakes things up. But we do have a flat call in the smaller from Daniel Cates. And Juan Pardo's got a hand. He can easily reshove. King-Queen suited. He's going to do it. JNT can finish the job he was trying to do.
Just a snapper here. And Cates very comfortably donates his $500,000. And you dodged my aces once, Senor Pardo. Pero esta vez no. It's the king-queen of spades. That upon which the Spaniards' hopes rest in an almost 8 million chip pot. Jack 4 deuce. Not the sort of monarchy that Pardo needs in order to give himself life. Does interact with that jack of spades, but on the turn, he draws dead. The queen did end up showing up, but not enough.
I have no S of the event today. SS. I never see S in this event.
It's amazing. Guys, I'm his coach. Hein?
Il chatte, c'est pas son coach.
I got the police and fucking team.
Yes, good police.
So then, Juan Pardo eliminated in 6th place. Randy has been impressive here at his first ever Triton Festival, but I'm not sure there was anything more that could have been done. He got away from the kings, and then with the king-queen suited, fell. As the remainder of the field is guaranteed a 7-figure payout of $1.26 million and a 320K plus jump from 5th to 4th. 12 and 18 big blinds for Haxton and Chidwick respectively, as Stevie well off of his high water mark, but now maybe feeling a greater sense of justice after his ace-king down the 2 jacks, and he manages to guarantee 5th, which is sort of what everybody feels like is how this was supposed to be.
Yeah, the man who was supposed to be out is out in the same position.
I'm breathless.
Are you breathless?
Sixes
Because look
now.
at this instant 3-bet to 1.8 million, pocket 6s. Keep in mind, he's been showing aces down over and over again. This is the J&T show.
Yeah, the 400K open from the button. Kate's powerless.
Really the perfect attire for this final table.
Oh, yeah.
The policeman. A little bit more undercover with the puffer on. 99 big blinds.
I mean, I felt slightly this way during the 250K Lux on Pay Invitational when Bryn Kenny just thrashed Talal Shakurchi in terms of card distribution. But this is otherworldly, Randy. We've stepped into an alternate dimension.
A parallel universe.
I mean,
Thank you.
the God particle has been discovered.
The God
and it's
particle.
in seat 1.
Chidwick just trying to survive. A 2.5x open. Jungle has just kind of been bleeding downwards. 5.3.
You could see a bit of the frustration on his face, too, because this isn't how he expected things to unfold for him. All of his thunder has been stolen.
Haxton's got a couple 8s here. The snowman. Reshuffleable stack.
3.5 just up.
And it feels like Chidwick might have to give this 2 8s a spin given how many chips are remaining to call, and it's 5-handed, so to cut off open. We might have another all-in confrontation incoming.
Yeah,
there we go.
there it is. You looked into the crystal ball, and your vision was clear.
What'd you have?
It's Haxton. Rips the 8s.
Oh, super close. Huh?
Ace 10?
No. Ace 9.
Ace 9?
Chidwick appropriately identifying that the pause in Jungle's seat was tethered to an ace, which reduces the number of outs he has to improve. As an ace and jackless 10 high board, leave the 8s in front. 3-1 favorite, 2 to come. Now Broadway Gutty.
The right amount of outs.
Not too many outs, as Ike declared earlier. Chidwick advising it's just the right number. But the queen, pairs, and Haxton enjoys yet another double here. Chidwick unable to break out. Down to 1.4 million now. He will be the short stack.
Ça bouge. Attends, pas encore. Ah. Attends, je regarde.
So then, a scheduled break as Jean-Noel Torel, 20 million in chips, Randy, an absolutely dizzying and fairly breathless situation out there at the final table. Yeah, just give me a moment, Randy.
You're showering yourself.
Yeah. I feel better now. Go on. Talk about what we
It felt
just saw.
dirty. You had to clean.
I need to be cleansed by something because what we observed out there was absolutely insane.
You want a towel?
No, I'm good.
You got a little pocket
It's just water.
handkerchief or
No,
whatever.
oh, you think I can towel myself off like that? Come on, talk about it. What did we just see? And I'm not talking about me pouring water on my head.
The insanity. The two kings folding. The out of turn aces jamming. Juan Pardo would have been out.
That pot in particular is going to be one that I don't think
Talked about
since we
for
saw
so
the
long.
Robbie J. Lou situation down at Hustler Casino Live, the Jack 4 situation, that pot that we just observed will be talked about as much, if not more, because it was so insane. All the years I've been doing it, you as well, I would imagine, never seen anything like it.
100%, you're right. I mean, like, it's a spot where the man you expected to kind of be dusted there of two kings saved himself because of the out-of-turn action. Chidwick said he would have folded the ace-king suited had there been the kings and aces going in. Ends up having to call off and then losing the huge pot to J&T with the two aces.
I mean, there's just so many things that you could unpack in that specific spot as we've unloaded Doug Polk, Lun Lun, James Chen, and Juan Pardo already here in the first frame in the 125K main event. Scheduled break, one in which I'm going to probably have to go find a towel, dry off a little bit. Hopefully some sanity and some order will be restored. Otherwise, the whole thing's going to end up on me. I'm just warning you right now. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series London comes your way in just a few moments.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way.
Here we have a button versus big blind spot. The flop is Jack 10 deuce rainbow. The button c-bets, and we call in the big blind. The turn is the 10 of spades. We'll see that the big blind is actually supposed to donk bet quite often here. Why is that? Well, if we go back, we can use this range comparison tool to see that the big blind's calling range contains many more 10x hands. That means that when the 10 pairs on the turn, those second pairs become trips, giving big blind the nut advantage needed to start leading out. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
altogether pleasant. All right. Who can blame him? Ace, queen, 8. Second pair for Polk.
At least now you have direct outs.
True. That's not great.
A ray of hope on the flop and then added raise
True. That's not
on
good.
the turn to a
We're gonna
chop.
have to actually upgrade the full way here on the river. All right, good game, guys.
GG's.
And just like that, blink and you'll miss it. Double-double for Ike Haxton. Whereas a knockout punch for Doug Polk, Randy. Guess we no longer need to ask the question as to whether or not this one's going to take shape like the Luxon Pay Invitational. Certainly rates to be doing so here, as Polk's tenure at the FT, incredibly short-lived, out in 9th, earning himself $422,500. As for the rest of the field, they've locked up over $500,000. There's the policeman's garb. More of a kind of resort cop, not really the
resort cop.
You know, I mean, urban tactical team there.
So what, like the St. Regis or something?
Yeah, like more of a walkie-talkie, but no actual handgun. Pocket deuces here. Bit of a handgun for Loon Loon. Fires his stack into the middle, and an ace-4 for Tim Adams on the button.
Yeah, clearly Lulu needs to look for a spot to take it down pre, and Chidwick's got the slightly better pocket pair, pocket 5s.
1-4-0-1-5 I do.
There's a reasonable chance he continues here, knowing that Loon Loon is going to jam pretty wide in the cutoff as the shortest stack. Of course, Chidwick, keeping in mind the chip leader has got position on him. Does he want to put in 1.375 and fold in case Daniel Cates wakes up behind? Looks like he's going to pay it off in the lead.
So, Adams folds the ace, but of course Chidwick not going to fold the pocket 5s. Wonder how he would have approached the 5s had Adams flatted or come over the top, which obviously was very unlikely, but could we have a different scenario on our hands?
Very, very possible. Lulu needs a deuce.
Queen 10-6 instead. Prospects grim now for Loon. Board pairing queen on the turn.
We can chop.
You both chop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 or a 6.
Oh, GG.
But instead, the king rolls off, and that will do it for Loon Loon.
Poker, Chidwick. I play poker against Chidwick. It's
As
fire and ice.
Chidwick
I like that idea.
dispenses the member of the Malaysian delegation, Loon Loon, who obviously did well to earn his way here to this final table in the main. He will add $500,000 to his career. The World Series of Poker Online Series, as well as the GG Millions. And check out pocket aces for Jean-Noel Torel. He's already had kings. He's already had jacks. And now he's got an amazing spot on his hand, Randy.
Back-to-back kings for James. This looks like an amazing spot for him, but an absolute disaster.
And much like a post-coitus Black Widow spider, this is a dead stack walking.
Yes.
Randy giving me that look.
The nod. The snap. How disgusting is this?
You mean the fact that the female Black Widow spider devours her mate after, or the kings
I
versus
really don't want to
aces?
see what happens if these two aces hold, according to your description. Shall we take a flop?
A reasonable assumption.
4.4 million in the middle, the coldest of decks for James Chen, who's been tight-lipped about the fact that he had back-to-back kings. Turn doesn't help him. 2 outs, 1 time for Chen. Is it there? No.
Good game.
And the 4 of hearts on the river gives us our 3rd casualty, already barely a couple of orbits into this final table, as Shades of the Luxon Pay Invitational paying a visit to us in the 125k main. For James Chen, yet another deep cash. This one earning him $705,000 and leaving us knocking on the door of a 7-figure score. Nothing he can do, and he knows it.
Sometimes you got to deviate, realizing that the ICM pressure is so intense. Couple kings here for Juan Pardo.
The solvers haven't really accounted for JNT yet, have they?
No, it scrambles it. Like, what do you mean these are the ranges we got to input?
Oh, my God.
Ouch.
JNT has already taken aces up against kings. That's how he showered James Chen. Here he is now 3-betting to $1 million over the top of Juan Pardo, who is going to be powerless to do anything other than flat.
Look at the hands. It's ace-king suited and pocket jacks. A 3 or 4-way confrontation incoming.
I'll take the over on confrontation. This is Oppenheimer Poker Edition.
Atomic.
Truly nuclear.
Explosive 4-bet incoming.
Radioactive is this scenario. Geiger counters going nuts. I mean, one could not fault Stephen Chidwick for maybe thinking, I block both of the hands that are actually out there right now. I'm suited. A delightful... Welcome back to continuing coverage of an absolutely dynamite final table here at the $125,000 main event of the Triton Super High Roller Series in London. Towels were acquired during the break. I have since dried off, but I want to warn everyone at home and you as well, if more of what we just saw happens, the rest of the bottle's coming out. I mean, it's been a very breathless affair thus far, a dizzying and breakneck pace, Randy, and if you ever doubted the power of Shaman O'Dwyer's Lucky Buddha, behold, as Mr. JNT is sun running out there.
If you happen to shower yourself once again, can you keep it on your side of the desk? I really don't want
You didn't get wet. You weren't
interaction.
in the blast radius. This isn't SeaWorld. I didn't come out with a planned breach in the first 6 rows. You get the warning. No. That's not what happened. It was a self-contained showering. It was very Buddhist in that way, by the way. The Buddha and I, very aligned. Okay, now then, let us turn our attention to the matter at hand, which shows Jean-Noel Torel at the top of the chip counts, just shy of 20 million in front of him after that frame, which left us really breathless. 6.7 million for Tim Adams. He is the second biggest stack. Dan Cates, 5.25 million. Ike Caxton, 4.7. Chidwick at 1.35. And I got to say, Chidwick, I don't want to overlook it, Randy. The way that he dealt with the situation was Buddhist. I mean, Zen-like. Incredible.
Incredible, world-class. He knows that he needs to play to stack the situation. He'll reflect on it when everything's over, but for now, he needs to play his best game to still be in contention.
Yeah, 100, 200,000 are the blinds at present, as we will send it back down to this FT and await whether or not more of what we had in store during the first frame awaits us here in the second. Saddle up. Glad to have you for the ride. As 125, 250, the blind level that we now move forward to. Look at the chip counts brought to you by Leze.
Everyone guaranteed 1.26 million. But the way the chips are as they stand is JNT is clearly the table captain. Everyone else got to just hang tight. Try to get those pay jumps.
Those payouts brought to you by Poker Steak. Doug Polk, Lun Lun, James Chen, Juan Pardo in that order, 9th through 6th. That's 5 fight on. And a pocket pair to start things off here at the 125, 250 level for Chidwick. Down to just 5 big blinds
Gotta just jam this and hope for the best.
All in.
All in.
Queens for J&T versus Chidwick to
Where's
potentially
the bottle?
finish him off. No, no,
Where's the
Ollie,
bottle?
no,
Nope,
no,
I'm doing it.
No, no,
I'm
no,
doing it.
No.
Nope, I'm doing it. All right, I'm going to drink, but then I'm going to pour it on my head after. 8s for Tim Adams.
But it's a reshove in front of him. Should be able to get away from this 2 8s.
I mean, second biggest stack, tremendous amounts of ICM. Look, even he realizes that everything is not normal in the air right now.
Good laydown.
And he will be first panicked to see that Chidwick has 2 7s, and then relieved to see that J&T's got the medicine. There it is. The progression of emotion for Tim Adams.
Police are out of control.
And Jungle with the astute observation.
Who's going to police the police? That's the real question.
The Rozzers holding on with the queens on the ace-5 deuce board. Now Chidwick did river J&T with an ace-king earlier. Different proposition here as it's just 2 outs one time on home soil. Can the mighty Stephen Chidwick remain a part of this FT? No. One hand back from break. And it's showers for Chidwick. And guess who? J&T doing the dirty work.
Merci.
He's done
Au revoir.
a lot of damage here at this final table. GG to Stephen Chidwick, who had that amazing hand of, oh God, you gotta feel, this might be the one time Stephen Chidwick might actually be on tilt.
I don't know about that. 1.26 million reasons not to be, as he adds to his already illustrious career Triton track record and leaves behind 4 players to battle it out for 1.58 and change. There you saw a look at the now over 21 million chip stack in front of J&T. Cannot overlook the almost $4.2 million up at the top that one of these 4 players are going to nab. We've still got about 2.5 million plus in pay jump between 4th and 1st.
The stack situation for everyone else but J&T is very similar. You know, just a few blinds separate each player. Do have a BVB spot here. Timothy Adams, ace-3 offsuit.
On.
Looking to just take this down pre, which he does.
Jams. Nabs one. He's been far and away the least active player at this final table and has managed to work his way into 4th and sit 2nd in chips, Randy. Sometimes you just sit back and spectate.
There's no shame in it. You know, if you can guarantee me at least top 2 by just folding, I'll take it. And perhaps, you know, overcome a chip lead, but who knows? It is still pretty close, but with that pot he just took down, has kind of a 8 big blind separation between him and the 3rd place stack of Daniel Cates.
Consider the distribution of those 3 other stacks. Adams, 27 bigs. Cates, 19 bigs. Haxton, 18 bigs. The ICM between that tight cluster is massive.
Yeah, they need to really be careful knowing that J&T has got that big stack that can kind of splash around a little bit. 10-6 offsuit going to limp here as they try to grind their way up. J&T, King 7 suited, touching these orange chips. He's in there. You can't even get a free flop against this man.
So, it is a truly yeah. Not often that I'm short for words, but it's a one-horse race right now, Randy. I'm not even sure why anyone else is on the track.
Well, you want to know who's going out first. Just stay in your lane. You know, don't step outside because you might just get trampled.
No doubt.
Dan Cates, ace queen offsuit.
He too, by the way, Randy, has sort of been forced into sitting back. He's made an effort to get involved on a couple of occasions, but each time it feels like he's been smacked down.
Ooh, this is a hand that he could potentially rejam on the dealer button open.
Close to 4-ish.
Ace deuce suited certainly qualifies. And if he does shove, he's going to get snapped off by the ace queen. Just calls, potentially save himself.
Oh, yeah.
Fortunate for him. We do still have a flop to play.
Super fortunate. And an unfortunate spot to be in on a queen 7-7 board with nothing more than backdoor spades cooking as Cates hits the queen. 1.4 million in the middle.
I wouldn't say this hand is over outright on the flop because the ace high does fare to be best a decent frequency, especially against the one big blind C bet. You got backdoor spades for backup. I don't really expect Isaac Haxton to be just outright check folding. Would be a bit too nitty. Actually, kind of a check raise min.
Yeah. So not only is he
Look at the snappy
not
call.
folding, but he is check raising, and the snappiness of that call going to be maybe playing into Haxton's turn decisions.
I would think so, because if you had kind of an interesting decision, you wouldn't just snap call if you're trying to float.
Well, things are interesting. Courtesy of an 8 of spades on the turn. Not flush draw acquired.
I believe Haxton probably would have looked to just check fold, but with the backdoor spades, does feel like he can still get some better hands to fold. Not sure. It's a little bit unclear and murky. Does check. Not looking to check fold, I'd imagine. It's an odd line to see if the ace queen. You min bet, you get snap check raise, min. You call. Is this a 7x or nothing situation?
Roughly level at 3.2 and 3.4 million back respectively here.
Maybe like a very small bet, quarter pot-ish.
Yeah. Good read.
As the way this hand played out, the snap check call, you would think if the opponent's floating, I don't know, Jack 10, 10-9 or something, that they would have to think about it. Haxton might think that it's likely his opponent is paired up with Showdown, so maybe not take an aggressive line despite picking up one of the best cards he could find on the turn. And just gonna try to hit his hand here. Usually the ace is good, it's not in this instance.
So then the 675 invested by Ike and a fruitless river. 9 of hearts in an almost 4 million chip pot. One of the few that have developed absent JNT.
Yeah, this is the battle of who's going to rise to a second place kind of stack. The line has been odd so far with the flop and turn, but ace queen still fares to be best so often, especially if you don't think Your opponent would play 7x in this manner. Would it ever be a Queen X? Worst kicker? Hard to say.
Paparazzi in the background. Poker Llama handling the Triton socials.
He heard you. He's done. Done with his shot. And looks like Cates is counting out a milky value bet, it seems, with these white chips. It seems he just doesn't think he's ever behind, and what can he get called by is the big question.
1.9 million.
Half pottish is the sizing, but more than half of his remaining stack. Not certain that Ike is going to be feeling particularly heroic. He does block some sort of busted spade draw that peeled in position, given his holding. What are we beating?
You really aren't beating much. It just has to be some creative King 10 of spades, I suppose. But would they even take this line on the turn after the flop, check, raise, call? Maybe he's a bit surprised that Dan Cates is still betting. He might feel Queen X would just check back the river a lot. Eventually relinquishes.
Mm-hmm. Not going to fault him for that choice. Took a little shot there. Obviously, the board texture was tempting on the flop. Look at Jungle.
Depends what you add.
Definitely wasn't a get-through situation, rest assured, Ike. Neck and necker Adams and Cates as Ike slips down to 10 bigs. Here in the $125,000 main event, JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane. $1.5 million plus on lockup, almost $2 million. If you can fade another ladder, as the lion's share of this almost $19 million total prize pool looks for homes.
Baby pocket pair for Dan Cates. With the limp. Wanting to get involved, but not having to bloat the pot a bit. Might just bring Isaac Haxton along for the ride, getting a good price.
Ten-six suited does indeed come along as the rare open limp. Your feelings on why it is that the pocket fours would choose to limp instead of open this pot for a raise?
I suppose he's wants to play small ball with the shorter stacks and not kind of raise, fold, and waste two blinds. It's hard to say.
So keeping pots small specifically against
there's definitely
the other two
advantages
short
for
stacks?
raising outright, but you can see with him betting this board texture of 3 overs that he knows that he's limping quite a strong range still that still has these ace X's, like the ace king, ace queen occasionally. If he was just kind of playing a set or nothing situation, no bet, then I wouldn't like limping the 4 so much. But you can see he's kind of looking for opportunities to kind of steal it. And Timothy Adams with the gut shot backdoor diamonds is kind of trying to figure out what is this limp. Still calls.
So the pot grows to 1.6 million as the 300K bet. Draws another 600 into the middle. Board pairing turn. Doesn't help Adams. Card that he could rep if he needed to, though, as it goes check, check. Backdoor spades showing up.
Well, Timothy Adams needs to bet if he wants to take this pot against the 2 4s, and it is very possible to represent Jack X himself and the Ace X. He could have a pretty wide value bet range as played. Could show up some backdoor spades too from time to time. But actually going to try a showdown to Queen High, and that is news for Daniel Cates as he gets to show this one down as a winner. Hard to do so, 1 bet in on the flop. A little smile. Don't think Jungle was looking to pay off a bet.
Giving himself a little pat on the back. Adams doesn't appear particularly amused. Where's Jungle's soccer ball, by the way? Is it... Oh, there it is. On the side table. Just behind him.
That's your concern?
Well, I'm wondering if he has any plans for it. It feels like a bit of a weird prop.
So
You know.
what? You think if he gets eliminated, he just throws it out, kicks it at the person?
He just hurls it through the LED wall in the back.
Goes goal.
Check.
2 6s are better than 10-6 for the time being, as Adams choosing to limp the small. Free flop. Turns both holdings into straight draws, and Cates is two-way, while pardon me, while Adams has the benefit of the spade.
And Timothy Adams currently sitting in 3rd, looking to kind of play passively with the hex and 9 big blind stack around the corner. Sees 1 bet in front of him. Will certainly need to call here and hope for some check throughs. Not many clean outs, but just enough to continue.
So another 250 ahead on the flop. As Cates took a shot. Adams continuing, keeping it small. Checks again. The ace doesn't seem like it's going to be of concern.
It's a pretty good card still for Daniel Cates to multi-barrel on, knowing that Timothy Adams needs to play pretty straightforward and tight with the chip distribution. The ace overcards these 1-pair type holdings. He can apply a lot of pressure and has a lot of backup with the double gutter. And even the 10 is 1 overcard too to flop, which is important, as it often is best if you do pair. And for Adams here, it's uncomfortable, but you do have a lot of perceived outs. Spades, 5, a 6. You can still pick off the big stack barreling range. Feels like a call and see what develops situation, despite the 3 overs BVB.
And what develops is a 9 of spades, which gives Cates, after barreling the 800,000 on the turn, the 10 high straight, but of course gives Adams a flush.
Yeah, as played, Dan Cates 10-6 is good enough to show it down, but going to lose to this baby flush.
So no river action as Adams collects that one.
I don't know about my turn, but it's okay.
Jungle questioning whether or not the turn was a street that he should have been betting.
Okay.
Timothy Adams, 30 blinds. He's been grinding very well at this final table, maneuvering well and opening the King 8 offsuit into the chip leader.
I didn't know that.
Picks it up.
You just ordered the side of chicken. Just ask for a side of chicken.
Can I get a side of chicken? Or
Thank you.
do I order from him? I don't know.
Sorry?
Do I order from him or no?
Yeah, you ordered from him.
Can I have a side of chicken? And a
This is
sparkling-
double, so if you want that, it's 2 times the side.
Oh, really? No, I'll just take a small side.
I kind of want to see this chicken
I
now.
really want to see it as well, Randy. A side of chicken, not really the kind of thing that jumps off the page on any given menu. But suppose if you're on the protein hunt. Lean variety, that's the direction
Not in nugget form
in which to head. Nugget form generally my preferred.
with barbecue sauce.
Poultry, yes.
From
Barbecue's
the
good.
classy McDonald's.
No, generally Chick-fil-A would be the preferred.
There's no Chick-fil-A here.
I recognize that, but there is Nando's. Randy, you're not excited about it, but don't have that in Vegas, so I've paid a visit. The
Oh, did you?
peri-peri sauce, delightful.
Nice.
And obviously it's actual chicken as opposed to whatever it is that happens at the Golden Arches.
It's definitely not 100% chicken.
Definitely not getting a McDonald's sponsorship here at Triton anytime soon either. Apologies to the sales and marketing division.
Ace Queen here for Dan Cates. Timothy Adams, 7-4 suited, slightly connected. Comfy in second.
Oh, I don't know how comfy anyone's going to be based on what we've seen already out here at this final table, Randy.
You don't mind battling the players who have less chips than you, though.
Yeah, certainly. And things do feel, dare I say, like they've stabilized a little bit now. So we're settling in. Kate's ace, queen. Follows through. There is a modest kettle on the stovetop, not boiling, but simmering in the form of backdoor straight, backdoor diamonds for Adams.
He sees it, but does he really want to play this spot? 4 remaining. No shame in being gun shy at this moment.
$500K bet. Got the job done there. Who knew, by the way, that JNT's choice to come with the indescript police hat shirt tandem, by the way, not sure if that was a package purchase, but it doesn't appear tethered to any specific department, like he's supporting friends in like the, 11th arrondissement. Like, it's just police, like the kind of thing a gift shop in Vegas would maybe offer.
He went to the Vegas gift shop.
It doesn't look official is what I'm saying, although officially Ike Haxton with the suited connector is going to take his chances. Adams with a couple of threes in the small can afford to make a call like this.
He could, but it's pretty dangerous. Big blind has a decent snack too. It seems close, given that it's just under 10 blinds to go, and Just no way he would love it if he does go in and conservative.
275.
Oh,
Nice.
cutlery's coming out for
Yeah,
Team
look,
Adams.
the chicken's getting some work done to it
So
here.
safe to say it's not chicken fingers.
No, yeah, that's definitely not what we're working with in that plate.
Timothy Adams hasn't been shy of opening into the chip leader on the button here.
5 1/4. And J&T's been kind of sitting back a bit now.
Yeah, kind of just toned it down. He was rather aggressive earlier, but he might have heard you, Ollie. He's in there if the King 10 suited.
Wonder if it's a willful, tactical, strategic sort of gear shift. Jack 3 deuce, top pair for Adams.
A really nice texture. Of course, it's just troublesome when the chip leader's got you covered and you're currently in second.
Indeed.
Keeping it as small as possible, but maintaining the betting lead. A snappy check call here, just King 10 high.
Well, the size deemed a bit too tempting. As another 800 slides into the middle, courtesy of the 400k check call from JNT. Board pairing 3 on the turn.
The kicker is a bit of an issue here for Timothy Adams. Board pairing 3. Usually not in his range. If he does bet, it's with high intention to just check back rivers. We'll check it back to pot control. Rivers to 2 pair. So J&T not looking to attack ace high type holdings. Feels that King 10 is good enough. But the 9 is a delightful card, given that now, if you were worried about a worse kicker, I mean a better kicker of the Jack, you can now value bet against those hands.
No doubt.
Might go sizable, actually. Feels like a Jack or nothing will call.
It doesn't feel like he needs to be all too worried about a 3 as played.
1,650,000.
1.65, and it's got J&T's attention. But the disciplined muck. So Adams picks up the toughest chips to obtain here at this FT thus far, as J&T has very much been set more to extract than to dispense.
So J&T opening about 4.5x here into Haxton's 12 big blinds to start things off. Interesting, because if J&T had just open ripped it, Haxton probably lay down the 10-9 off. So now Haxton might be thinking, I could see a flop and see if it hits my range and continue, perhaps. So we got 2.5 in the middle. Haxton just has 1.5 back in his BVB spot, and he flops an open and a straight draw, and J&T has put in so many chips already. Might he just ask for the rest now?
Only 1.5 million back, and the ace-5 does indeed do just that. And Haxton did make that call pre-flop to go away when he picks up this kind of equity. J&T will be pleased to at least be in front.
No gamble, no future.
No, the big gamble.
Now then, to the turn we go, which pairs the board in a 5.5 million chip pot where Haxton's fate at the main will be determined. Is a 6, 9, 10, or jack in his future to double up yet again as he's done on multiple occasions at this final table? The answer is no, as the 3 of clubs officially dispatches the mighty Ike Haxton, gathering his belongings and gathering a handsome payout of $1.582 million as the remains of his stack is absorbed by the man who has claimed multiple pelts here at this final table, J&T. He will catapult forward as Haxton now still without a title. Almost $9 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this, his 26th cash, but denied a visit to the summit once more.
A phenomenal performance once again for Haxton. No title, as you mentioned.
Are there any other types that man turns in?
Suppose not. Deuce 5 here for chip leader. And how many eliminations has he done at this final table? It seems like a lot. Dispatched James Chen. Got Juan Pardo. Got Chidwick. Got Haxton, right?
Yeah, the last 4 belong to J&T. I think he took care of Doug Polk as well. Randy.
Oh, did he?
Looking back at the
King Queen into the 2 kings.
Some might argue Doug Polk took care of Doug Polk in that situation, but obviously he didn't have to run into 2 kings.
Okay. Let us just make it 1 million straight with the chip lead. What are you going to do? What does Jungle Man do with pocket deuces?
Respect the ICM? I don't know.
It's uncomfortable. Look at this. Lays it down. J&T gets away with this one. Certainly, he makes an open that most players do. He would at least see a flop there with the 2 deuces.
And, you know, obviously, it's difficult to sense whether or not these are intentional adjustments being made by J&T, but whether he's arriving at these solutions by happenstance or with a strategy in mind, it's working out for him.
Well, definitely he knows what he's doing, what his game plan is. The other 2 have no idea, and they need to kind of just adjust as each hand is dealt. Always one of the advantages of being one of the players who, you know, don't play all the different tours that are out there every single tournament. Less data points on you. King 8 suited. Looks like he's ready to attack the Timothy Adams Open. He's seen Timothy Adams open a lot of buttons, trying to take advantage.
$1.5 million, the 3-bet sizing. Ace tray. Real hand?
Wouldn't say a real hand, but definitely a hand that you could contemplate something from time to time, just having the ace blocker.
Yeah.
Nice pickup.
Three-handed, of course. The power of that ace-X.
Do you realize how much we're playing for right now, Ali? I mean, it's 1.94 guaranteed. A pay jump is 2.83, and then the champion getting 4.185 million.
It's all nuts to think about. And the stage is so handsomely set for JNT. 23 million plus in front of him. And yet Cates is still willing to fight from the button. Raising to 500. Pleased to see JNT out of there. Although, as the shortest stack, he's covered in multiple spots.
Timothy Adams, the queen nine of clubs. Gets to close the action with a very playable hand. Pretty fair fight pre-flop. 56 versus 44%. Pair on pair action. That's quite some trouble for Timothy Adams.
Indeed, as his second pair is beaten by Cates' top pair for the time being. 1.4 roughly in the middle.
Value to be had here against the 9Xs, the gut shots that do exist. Backdoor clubs is nice for Timothy Adams, the added equity. Usually has the best hand, not in this instance.
So, 400K ahead as Tim check calls. The three pairs on the turn. That improves Cates' kicker with the king. Not sure he's concerned about being up against another top pair.
I like that. Nice spades. Wow. What a river card. Drills it.
Check, check on the turn in spite of that flush draw being acquired by Jungle. Not certain that a bet, may depend on size, obviously, would have shed this queen nine, but as it stands, Adams drills trips.
And Adams, the main value bet he's going for is against the king X. He would expect to hear from 3X on the turn. He can represent all of the gutters between the king and the 9. This is trouble. I mean, there's a very good chance Timothy Adams could be holding 9X, but you know.
Might not be good, Tim. Might be bad news for the jungle. Might be some bad fucking news. I don't know, what am I thinking though?
Looks like he's thinking about paying this one off, trying to pick off the gut shots. He's
Yeah,
in there.
recognizes that some of the time Adams wouldn't have it, but this time he does. And an exasperated Jungle has a machete taken to his stack.
Yeah, that's pretty unlucky there when the board pairing 3. Queen would have been good.
Fucking Tim, man. Not gonna do anything about this, please. Gotta stand up for the little people.
I do not know what that side card is, but JNT has made it 1.5 million with the 5X.
That he certainly has.
He sized it up even more. Well, Timothy Adams can barely play a hand for this sizing. Must be frustrating.
Not looking to pick a fight with JNT now. This Tim Adams, as you touched on how much we're playing for, Randy, the pay jump at present, almost $900,000. Adams, heavily out chipping Jungle. looking to capture that $900,000. And if you're looking to capture the finest gaming experience in all of London, then just make your way down to the Les Ambassadors Club, a place that you might recognize as the location of where James Bond first appears in the film Dr. No from back in 1962. Additionally, the club featured in the Beatles film A Hard Day's Night. Truly opulent and spectacular setting for your gaming desires.
Okay, because I just want to clarify, because I really want to check the stream right here.
Out of the hand, you can check the stream.
Okay. First. I'm quoting that because.
$10-8 and ace deuce. Advantage JNT as the big blind defender against the Adams 625 pre.
Not a great board texture to see bet for Timothy Adams. Not much prospects besides an ace. Big blind gets a little piece a lot of times, and he also has you covered.
Adams checking back and improving to a two-way straight draw is JNT. Distinct lack of improvement for Tim. JNT not applying any pressure with this hand.
I think it's okay when you've got kind of a weakish pair that you want to show down and you don't bloat the pot in case occasionally a raise come in when you've got the clean outs to a straight. A check through we go, and the king favorable to the pre-flop racer. It is pretty hard to win this at showdown given the board texture of ace high. Does he ever think he can get like a little pair like this pair of eights down if he bets? If he does, he needs to bet a sizable one.
950.
This would be a great call here. Fourth pair. But maybe JNTs think, look, if you had a pair, you would have bet by now. So is this a king X or nothing situation?
$950K.
Nice.
The bluff attempt from Adams, and JNT sniffs it out, Randy. And that's going to be pretty frustrating. His fourth pair on the 9-queen, 8-7-king board hangs in. Man's playing well, Randy.
You got to give it to him, man. Like, his style is unique, unorthodox, but he's making the right decisions.
That he is.
Not an easy call right there. It wasn't a small bet.
The stream is so weird.
So, a look at the landscape as Adams dealt a blow, but still sits better than 2-1 over Dan Cates, and that $900,000 payout is something that he certainly is keeping an eye on in terms of the jump between third and second. JNT over 25 million now, Randy. Total prize pool just shy of 19 million. As we swap out dealers, but certainly won't be swapping out coverage for anything else. Those of you joining us on our YouTube channel have been truly treated to what has to be considered the best final table of the festival thus far in terms of action and expecting the unexpected. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, help us to continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment to you free of charge. That's all we ask.
Yeah, just an amazing final table. A limp here on the button from Daniel Cates. Keep in mind, he did limp the pocket fours earlier. You never know which chips JNT is looking to grab. Looks like it's calling chips in this spot. Pretty nice to get a free flop here of 7-3 offsuit. Normally, you wouldn't.
So, 150, 300 blind level. A three-way family pot. 7, shared by both Adams and Cates. King 6-4, as both of them flop straight draws. Open-ended is Cates, but JNT with a pair of 6s in front.
So we're going to go ahead and check over to the button limper, sprinkling some chips in there. Open-ended.
$350K the sizing. Not sure that Adams wants to hunt a gutty right now, but the price is quite good.
The implied odds a bit lower given how short and shallow Daniel Cates is, so
Good point.
don't really mind that fold.
Lack of a club. All coming together. As he will bow out. Pot grows to 1.9 million. Second overcard to the sixes. We just saw JNT call with fourth pair.
This is a good card to multi-barrel, though, because you expect the chip leader if an ace-X would attack pre-flop at a high frequency. King X might even bet out or check raise flop, too, from time to time. Just apply a lot of pressure against the 6X, 4X. I love this bet from Daniel Cates. And JNT also has to fear potentially a river bet to come, so just lays down the best hand.
This occasion, the semi-bluff getting through. And I think in terms of JNT's prospects here, playing pots in position, obviously, what he wants to be doing, and not really building needlessly big pots in murky spots that might allow one of these guys to potentially even double through him and become threats.
It's hard to say. He shifts gears a lot, you know. Like sometimes it seems he appears to be a little bit more snug, but other times he's raising really big pre-flop and attacking post-flop. So, you know, like Timothy Adams and Daniel Cates really can't narrow his strategy down. He does fold the button in this instance. Jack 7, chip advantage, attacking.
All right, Tim. It's gonna be like that. Fucking with the jungle.
I do like the approach Timothy Adams has taken at this final table.
The champ and the police.
Really just cruising.
Indeed.
Not like big confrontations. No tough decisions. But still like going upwards in chip counts.
10 bigs of fury. These 10
Kind of
bigs
consistent with the scouting report on Adams, by the way.
literally on fire.
I recall him making a wonderful bluff against Brian Kim, which didn't
Sorry
work
to
out.
interrupt, but just attacking
Yeah.
here. 1.8. Go ahead.
I think you remember the pot as well with Tim Adams and Brian Kim en route to this final table.
I might have not been in the booth with you, but it's okay.
But really, he just seems very well thought out anytime he's making a decision. I know that that's not going to be an attribute necessarily exclusive to Adams, but obviously one that serves him so well. I'm not saying that he's looking to avoid confrontations. Adams is a guy that can buck up and get in there, but he just picks his spots really well, it feels like.
He's been doing that at this final table so far. Queen Jack offsuit, 13 blinds. Seems like a good spot to try and take down what's in the middle, knowing that the big blind is always around the corner, three-handed. So he does jam. Snap off. Pocket jacks, Daniel Cates at risk.
Wakes up with the kind of kit that leaves Cates in a bad way here, as you can understand why he might want to rip the Queen Jack, shed some of the weaker Ace-X, King X type of holdings, and pick up blinds and antes, which would be worth $750,000, but here he is in a terrible way, and the scowl worn for good reason as he focuses in on a flop, which is 8 high and rainbow. Problems for Jungle. Five on the turn. Not what Jungle's looking for. He needs a queen, and he needs it now. Stoic is Adams, and now heads up is Tim. As we've lost Jungle Man in third place, GG's issued. Chips passed along as the man who showed up too late to register in the 200K works his way into a third place finish here today. $1.94 million going to Cates as he fought, but really on the day never really got much of anything going. Cates adding to his career Triton track record of $5.4 million. The two-time title winner denied his third as he notches his 10 cash and leaves behind Jean-Noel Torel to take a roughly 2-1 chip lead into battle against Tim Adams. As you see the chip counts there, blinds will be 150 and 300,000 when we resume the coverage. Before we head to the quick break to set ourselves up for Heads Up, Ali and Randy back with you here at the desk. And the man who was the big chip leader, Randy, one who we talked about maybe would be kind of playing the role that ultimately ended up being that which JNT filled in, out of there in third. Not a bad result, though.
No, not a bad result by any means, surely. Yes, he's disappointed he didn't get first or second place, but once he lost the commanding chip lead to JNT with that huge collision, you know, he just was playing his cards a bit, you know, found opportunities to multi-barrel, did chip up a bit, but a third place finish is still very satisfying in this 125K main.
Yeah, no question about it. So then it's going to be our first opportunity to observe JNT playing Heads Up, Randy, as the man only has $66,800 in career Triton earnings. Get a look. It all came at the front end of this London event in the GG Millions. He finished 12th. And as you scroll back, that is the only cash that he had. First time he joined us was right here in London in 2019. So obviously a massive performance and payout awaits him, $2.8 million at a minimum. Do you think that he's going to be able to survive Tim Adams? We know that this is a man who Heads Up is going to do things and do them right.
Timothy Adams has a lot of Heads Up experience in his career. I know he's played it online. I know he's won tournaments many times. The thing is, JNT has got the 2-1 chip lead. We'll see if that advantage is going to help him outmaneuver the professional here.
So Adams will hunt his second title. JNT will hunt his first, as $2.8 million at a minimum is going to be collected by each of these guys. 4.185 up top. We're going to step aside for about 10 minutes. When we return, continuing coverage of the now Heads Up final table of the main event. Stay close.
Why? So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GTO. Passenger traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Did you know that GTO Wizard has poker puzzles called the Daily Dose of GTO? There are 365 daily puzzles designed to help enhance your understanding of optimal poker strategy. You can filter by format or theme to help you improve at specific areas. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker, main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GTO. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
And welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House here on Park Lane in London, England. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu, and two other much more important people still here in the $125,000 main event of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Who am I talking about? Of course, none other than the Frenchman, Jean-Noël Torel, representing the VIP side of this circuit in the invitational event, comes in just a modest $67,000 in career Triton earnings, while Tim Adams, now hunting his second title, already so decorated. $13 million in chips, though, up against $25 million. What is it going to take for each of these guys to bring it home?
Well, we know that Timothy Adams in a situation where he has a perceived more experience than his opponent in heads up is going to want to kind of keep things small, try to grind his opponent out.
Well, let me just stop you there. Not perceived more experience, definitely more experience, but go on.
Yes, thanks for interrupting me, Ali. But J&T, you know, we know he has those curveballs, those unorthodox style. He might size things up the way he's been doing at this final table throughout. He might open with a 3-4X and kind of bloat the pot a bit. So it could be very high variance going into this heads-up match, which is what Timothy Adams does not want to happen.
And so then if I were to bring J&T to the desk and I would say, Randy, give this man the 1 minute crash course. What does he need to do to give himself the best chance? You would tell him to take high variance spots, to press the action, big bets, big pre-flop raise sizings?
I would think so. You know, just try to reduce that stack to pot ratio, put your opponent in uncomfortable spots where he can't float and try to outplay you post-flop. I don't think he necessarily needs my advice. Whatever he's doing has been working out for him. I would just love for him to not change his style and continue to press and try to close this one out against Timothy Adams.
I'm really glad that you say that, because obviously it's tempting to sit back and attribute much of, at least here at the final table, J&T's rise to just the fact that he got hit by the deck. Certainly, that obviously is a part of the equation, and there is no shame in it, as Bryn Kenny did in the $250,000 Lux on Pay Invitational. But there is something to be said to just stay the course. Whatever you've been doing out there here today has been working. With that said, though, Randy, heads up is a different animal. So then, I turn the attention to Tim Adams. I bring Tim to the desk. You got to talk to him for 1 minute. Not that he needs the coaching or the help, but where would you lie in terms of strat that you would want to share with him?
Well, for Timothy Adams, I would want to try to play as much post-flop as I can, having that perceived edge in position. Keep the stack-to-pot ratio wide with small raises pre-flop. And if your opponent is opening large, put in some big 3-bet jams because you're getting a better price to take it down pre-flop.
All right, so there is the 2 doses of, advice that Randy is going to be issuing.
Advice that they won't be using, but, hopefully I'm right.
No, but, we could find ourselves, those of us at home, varying degrees of skill and experience in situations where, obviously, a little bit of tutelage would go a long way. So then, reminder, what are we playing for? $2.83 million for second, $4.185 for first, a whopping pay jump of $1.4 million. Let's call it a little shy of that as we get down to heads-up play here in the main. Blinds will be 150, 300,000, 300K big blind Annie.
Handshake.
Yeah.
J&T is pumped.
Why wouldn't he be?
Just the amount they're playing for heads up, 2-1 chip lead to the lesser experienced player, the VIP, comes out only for the biggest stakes. Triton, the home for him to play these high stakes games. Here we go. Extra large trophy. Jacob and Co watch. Timothy Adams, he's won a main event before. No limit hold'em. Can he get it done? 2 9s here, first hand against the Queen 10 offsuit.
$2,300,000.
Didn't take long for J&T to pick up where he's left off.
Queen 10 is just enough hand to kind of see a flop. It is the very first hand. Maybe J&T is making a statement.
Adams going to make the call and just consider.
2.3, yeah? 2.3, yes.
He came into this pot 13 million, already 2.3 of it is going to be invested. He does have 2 overs to the 9s. But neither of them show up on the Ace-King 3 board with 4.9 million in the middle. JNT could be a little bit uncomfortable.
He could be, but this is the board texture that favors the three better. You know, the Ace-King texture. Your opponent 4-bet jams a lot of hands that connect here. So he's not going to slow down. You see him reach for these chips. 2.5 million. Timothy Adams with the gutter ball. No backdoor diamond. Might he try and float here? Thinking that, well, if he checks to me, he never has an ace or king.
Sure.
And then I can just blast away. I'll tell you, J&T is playing big pots already on this first hand of heads up, and Timothy Adams is in there, and look at this. It's 10 million in the middle. One has a gut shot with 2 overs, the other just 2 9s.
So credit to JNT for not getting shy with these 2 9s, despite the presence of an ace and a king in a 3-bet pot. His doing. Now Adams hits the 10, and the board texture really gets ugly, doesn't it?
It's not great for 2 9s, but Ollie, he has found a 7 million chip bet to make a statement. First hand of heads up, 3 overs.
This is wild.
This could be quick.
Yes, short.
How's he bluffing here? And what does Timothy Adams do? He could easily be up against an ace-x. Does he want to just end it right now? He has the massive favorite. 95% lays it down, J&T. He's playing big pots.
Yes, he is.
These are 500,000 chips.
So that's 7 million. Earns him the pot and puts him closer to that extra large Triton trophy there, along with the Jacob & Co. watch. And that whopping almost $4.2 million first place prize. I win one, you win one?
Okay, yeah, I'll win the big ones. You can win all the small ones you want. I mean, that nice hand is... Feels like the police should be trying to arrest him.
Right? The real criminal act is coming from law enforcement.
And you in the ante as well, please, sir? 300. 300 for the ante as well, please, sir. The big blind ante as well.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I open now.
It really can be so difficult to operate against a player like JNT, Randy, who can be so incredibly unpredictable.
Yeah, so if you don't make hands, you can easily get run over. Timothy Adams has the best of it with top pair monotone board.
Well, even when you do make hands, granted it was third pair and a gutty on an ace-king high board, but you can still get run over, as we just saw.
He actually lost, what, 5 million chips or so in that pot?
Check.
A troublesome turn card for J&T as he does pick up the pair that might give a little action. Time to value bet.
650,000.
So after top pair, showed restraint in position in a limp pot pre on the flop.
Discipline.
Yeah, it gets going on the turn for 650,000, and JNT laying it down.
A little bit of a clawback there for Timothy Adams. $9 versus $29 million. More than 3-to-1 chip lead for the Frenchman.
Those chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu.
Call. Ah, yes, I make a mistake. No, I call.
JNT flops top pair, and yet another limp pot here up against bottom pair. Similar spot, but inverted to the one we found ourselves in the turn in the last hand, where JNT folded the threes. Here he is, leading out for $500,000 into 900K. Adams picks up a nice card on the turn after flatting. It was an open-ender, which now turns into the straight. Clubs come in as well.
It's also nice with this straight. There is another 4-liner to 6 that could easily pay a sizable bet. Going to try to extract value. You can see I'm touching those orange chips. $2 million. Just looking for any kind of crying call.
Not going to happen, of course, as you saw JNT showing some restraint. I think that call with the 10-8, though, against the ace-deuce earlier, and then the fact that he can get away there. Granted, a little bit of a different scenario, but difficult to make either call. This one makes the right decision and lays down. That one makes the right decision and calls. So there's some gears turning for sure.
Yeah, and just kind of playing the hand in the situation, not just, oh, I have this strength of hand, therefore continue. Recognizing that the board texture on that last one wasn't so good. Does make the call here dominated.
Couple of king highs, swing and miss at a 10-high rainbow board. This time it was not limped pre, as Adams made it 6 1/4.
Yeah, and Timothy Adams happy to kind of inflate the pot with his higher part of the range. Does check back. Both players with the king high showdown. Good kickers.
Adams, the better of it.
Looks like he's in a equity denial spot with this 400K bet.
And JNT calls the 400K with just king 9 high, 3 on the river. Goes check, check, and Adams will be delighted to be shown king 9. Not sure he thought he was up against that kind of hand.
Yeah, once he got called, was happy to just try and show it down and hopefully win.
Certainly
nice that he
was.
picked up that extra 400K on the turn.
Adams up and over 10 million now after that one.
Tell him it's on him. I don't think he knows.
Hmm? Yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
I
sorry. Apologies.
He knows. And you know what? I'm going to raise it up, 1.15.
Just for that. Dominant king 6 here for Adams.
It's a big sizing, but Adams not shaking.
1.150. Sorry. Yeah.
Grabbing the calling chips, and man, there's so much in there with these holdings. Offsuit variety, 2.6 in the middle.
6-4 deuce. Both players with top pair. Gutter for JNT to go with his.
Pot.
You talked about it, Randy.
Yeah, it's just big betting. Big bet pre-flop. Pot size on a flop. At this point, for Timothy Adams, well, there's so much in there. I've got king 6. There are little gutter balls that exist that might kind of ruin the action. Of course, the 6 is vulnerable to 2 overs. He might just push all the chips in there now. And especially out of position, you got more incentive to check raise a hand like this where, you know, some 10 jack queen rolls off. It checks through a lot. You're not really sure where your opponent's at. And if he does check jam, of course, a 6-3, it's one of the best flops you can get if you raise this pre-flop. Potential all-in collision depending on what Timothy Adams opts to do. There we go.
Jam and call. And oh my. Suddenly, an over 21 million chip pot develops. Big pot poker is what you suggested Jean-Noel Torel do in order to prevent having to make multiple decisions against the talents of Tim Adams. Adams all too happy to oblige here. Turn is an 8 as it remains clean. And all Adams needs to do is dodge a 5 or a 3 to double. And he's done just that. So, now, with that one, it is Tim Adams who will hold the chip lead, Randy.
That's what he wants. You know, he wants to be able to get back in there, which he has done, overtaken, grind his opponent down. As played, nothing JNT can really do once he bets pot on the flop. Oftentimes would have the best of it with top pair. We got a match. Look at the stack size, 53 versus 73. A lot of room to play.
Fairly deep. And with plenty still to come, one would imagine. Although it could be over in the blink of an eye, Randy, if JNT continues to approach the affair in the manner that we saw just there.
Yeah, you know, like 53s is usually deep, but they got in those chips very quickly with the type of holdings they had.
$2.83 million. Assured. 4.185. Seeking a home. The biggest 2 payouts in this $19 million prize pool here in our London main event. A $125,000 buy-in.
Same type of kit here, 737 deuce, but the deuce pairing on a really good texture, actually.
Limp pot pre. JNT. Stranglehold on this one.
Looking to fire out slight overbet already. Gotta be a little bit confusing, but just 7-3 high, he's going to lay it down.
So a small refund going to JNT. And I think the next few pots, we keep an eye on him, Randy, in terms of remaining composed, not necessarily allowing the fact that a double has taken place to leave him forcing the issue or getting hasty,
He
trying
might
to get back into the
hasty
chip
here,
lead.
though, of ace-9 of clubs. Same sizing. Got to keep in mind, Timothy Adams just saw him make this sizing with 6-3 offsuit. He might think this is a dusty holding, but actually deception now of the ace-9 of clubs. Ouch.
And aces against kings on that flop.
Wow.
JNT with a quick check back now, picks up the nut flush draw on the turn. Adams didn't bite on the flop, not biting here either.
As played, Adams is seeing this man open 6-3 offsuit. Can't be thinking this king 10 isn't good. He comes along. This pot is just massive given the sizing.
5.6 million in the middle as the check call of 1.5 million drew another 3 into the middle. And now just 2 million on the end.
I just don't really see how Adams can lay it down. Seeing what's happening, quickly calls and sees the bad news. JNT
Good hand.
back in front.
Boy, only spent one hand off the lead. As Adams kept him honest there. JNT really has deployed that big pot strategy, and it served him well. 71 bigs in the lead.
Yeah, like I said, Ollie, don't deviate from what's working.
Certainly doesn't look like he's going to. And for Adams, gonna wet his whistle.
Quite possibly the biggest heads-up match Timothy Adams has ever played in his career.
I mean, when you go into the online lobbies, Randy, you look around, goes in the heads-up lobby.
I did not.
That's what we're working with here.
And with so much more on the line than usual, can he kind of maintain the strategy that has worked for him throughout his career?
That's the question. He's got a different animal on his hands in JNT as we see the 1.8 million fired out there from the big. Limp fold from Adams. Touched on the fact that he holds one title and that it came so long ago, back in Jeju in 2019. For Adams, 10 cashes, almost 9 million in career earnings, and just one cash in 7 attempts. Prior to this, his 8th here in London.
A little bit of a different sizing here, 850 instead of the 1.15. Not sure if he's just randomizing or not.
Excuse me.
Last time J&T had ace queen, he made it 1.8 million. Does he go to similar sizing? But look at that. A little bit smaller, trying to entice the queen five of hearts. It might work, actually, with position, suitedness. There we go.
Yeah, another million to call after the limp from Adams with queen five suited in a bad way against the ace king, and stays that way on a 9-8-4 board where J&T snap checks it.
Yeah, but you saw him snap check the top pair ace 9 earlier, so you can't really read into it as weakness. A check through we go.
Nice card for the ace king once Adams checks back in a 2.9 million chip pot.
Equity denial spot. It's uncomfortable playing a guy against a player who's just putting in big chips. J&T grinding back up to 23 million in chips.
Nice 1.5 on the turn. J&T giving Adams his money's worth here in the final table of the 125k main event. Giving everybody at home their money's worth as well. Some epic pots played en route to this moment.
7.
Really has just used so many different pre-flop sizes. J&T down to 700k now. Won't be able to shed the 10-9 offsuit.
And King 10-3 is advantage Adams after defending with the connector. 2 quick checks and a gut shot. Shows up for J&T.
Let's see if Timothy Adams decides to value bet himself or try to induce bets from J&T. J&T with the gut shot. Might feel compelled to take a stance here with just 7 high equity in case he's wrong. 700 shouldn't be able to get the 10-9 out.
And indeed it does not, as Adams check calls. Another 1.4 into the middle. Second overcard to the 10. Oh, and now Tim doing something a little bit different.
Block bet. That was very interesting. This is a strategy to play against this type of opponent.
It was very adaptive, wasn't it?
Yes, because you wouldn't normally want to make that line with that hand, but he doesn't want J&T to just set a huge price where he's faced with a decision with third pair.
Sure.
Yeah, really cool to see how the professional Timothy Adams is adjusting to these big sizings, setting the tone. King 10, 2 sevens. A collision of sorts. Pending, I'd imagine. He's grabbing multiple orange chips.
Yeah. Upstairs we go. Playable hand for Adams, but a big 2.2 more. If you do.
Earlier, first hand of heads up, Timothy Adams called a 2.3 million 3-bet with Queen 10 off.
Remember it.
Very similar hand. King 10 versus the 2 sevens in this spot. 5.9 in the middle.
Queen 6-3. Second pair effective.
Sevens is usually good on this board texture. Really only worried about the Queen X. A hand that you might float, but then again, you saw on the first hand a heads up. You called, your opponent bet 7 million on turn. Do we just lay down now thinking there's so many 2 barrels to come from this aggressive J&T? Yeah, he just doesn't like it, doesn't know what's to come.
Yeah. So nicely built by J&T, who didn't let the overcard dissuade him from firing that 2.5 million and taking that one as he now works his way to a 2-1 and change lead over Adams.
The champion gets all of that. Lines up, 200, 400.
Of course, that news is worse for the shorter stack. And a dominant King 9 against King 5 here.
Just leaning on Timothy Adams, keeping the pots big. Comes in from min-raise this time.
Playing with pace, too, Randy. It just seems like on the nose, things could appear very impulsive, not thought out.
I mean, that's when J&T really just plays his finest. It's just in his element, doesn't want to, you know, first instincts, important in poker, as we know.
Glanced down at his stack on the flop, but then decided to check back. And then on the turn, same story as Adams hits the 5 for a winner.
Would like to see him come in for a value bet against the ace high type holdings. Whatever you think that would call. Is the King 9 curious?
It is not, as J&T check folds to the 850k bet. The contrast in styles really reminds me of the sort of delight that one experiences when you have sweet and savory on your palate. Just unlike anything that you rate to see with all that much frequency. The super pros here at Triton, they're all really subscribed to the same zeitgeist, same sort of thought processes.
Yeah, sweet and savory, like a duck and waffles, I suppose.
Oh, yes, very much so, Randy, as he calls back to our late night eats over at Heron Tower on the east side of town. More on that later as we have the gutshot straight draw for J&T. Bottom pair for Adams. This one was limped pre.
Gutter balls in there. 2 overs to the bottom, which is important as you can't just assume your opponent has top pair.
And the gutter does not come in. Board does pair. Pot control from Adams.
6 high, gonna go for a fight. That's a blast. 2.5, it's an overbet. That is scary for this pair of deuces. That's the thing, when you're playing against J&T, he puts in big sizes. Timothy Adams would have certainly snapped off like a quarter, third pot style bet. But here, is this a queen? Is this a 3?
What it is a lot to deal with. Is this heads-up headache worn on the face of Adams? Up to the task.
In mucking motion.
But not up to calling the overbet as J&T activates and bullies the pro.
He really is getting the best of Timothy Adams right now with this style.
That's not an indictment on Tim Adams. You stick anybody in that seat right now, Randy, from the pro side, and they're going to be given fits.
It's tough. And you want to play small ball. Your opponent's not letting you. You're not making really big hands. Put in tough decisions over and over again. J&T is really in his element right now in this heads-up match. 2-1 chip lead, 10-6 offsuit. What's the game plan? Well, King Jack should want to bloat this pot up a bit.
$1.7, the sizing of the 3-bet. A little north of 4x. Sorry, raise as J&T limped on that occasion. Forgive me. A little north of 4x.
much you play exactly?
I have 13 million.
Look at JNT out there with the pro move asking for a count.
I've never seen him ask for a count. He's feeling it. He's like, all right, how long do I finish you off? Might be hard of 6 deuce off against the 2-5s, though.
Listen, it's going to be hard in general. And JNT had better be careful because, you know, Adams isn't going to roll over. Raise and take it.
He just throw the 2-5s in his face.
Good, good.
Not in his face. Just, you know, earning a little bit of credibility on the button opens, perhaps, right? Planting seeds.
Keeping it friendly, so like, oh, maybe you can just show me your cards from time to time when I'm not sure what you got.
Oh, could be a little bit of that as well. Setting a precedent for some sporting revelations.
Uh-oh.
Ace, king, and ace 7.
Grabbing the orange chips. And just a 1.7 million open. You got ace 7. You've seen your opponent raise like a big sizing of 6-3 off. But you're kind of too deep to just 3-bet jam. So I guess we play a bloated pot out of position, 3.8 million. Ace and it's over.
Well, how about 10-7-5 as Adams? Pairs, which is more than we can say for JNT. Firing 2 million.
A very swift bet there. Half pot. Not sure if that means anything with the speed of the bet. Was he going to fire anyways? Still got the middle pair. It's nice to have the ace too, because when you hit 2 pairs, your opponent either hits it or they rep it, so you can extract more value.
Now then, Adams hangs in. 8 on the turn.
J&T is already counting down chips to fire away with just ace-king high. Look at the board texture, 10-7-5-8. This is uncomfortable for Timothy Adams. If he's behind, he is so far behind.
Normally, we need to go out and buy a copy of Planet Earth to observe animals such as this. As a 4.5 million turn bet, JNT beasting here. Just 10.1 back, Randy. If the 4.5 goes in here on the turn from Adams, more might be asked for on the river, and he just concedes.
JNT is... He's winning more pots than he should be in this heads-up match. He is taking advantage of Timothy Adams' unwillingness to play big pots right now.
Listen, you can't blame Tim Adams for not wanting to play into that sort of strategy. More decisions are better for Adams, and he's going to wait for a better spot.
You can't wait too long, my friend.
Well, if you haven't already noticed, directly to the right of that double-sized Triton Winners Trophy is the Triton Main Event Winner Watch, brought to you by the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series, Jacob & Co., who manufacture the incredible timepieces on your screen. Pay them a visit. And make sure you bring your checkbook or a credit card with a high limit. Do people even write checks anymore? That's not a thing, is it?
Maybe my mom, that's it.
7-5-3 here as Adams once again pairs. This one was limped pre.
They did write that giant check for Seth Gottlieb when he shipped that PLO tournament.
Everybody gets the giant check.
Oh, okay.
Not
Never
just
mind.
Gottlieb. Oh, and a giant turn as Adams checking back and making trips.
Hard to do another check here with the trip 5s.
So the 600K bet gives Adams a small one. Save for the double up, Randy, the majority of the pots that Tim has been winning have been the small ones. Big ones have really leaned in favor of JNT.
As it's playing out right now, advantage definitely to JNT, just having the chip stack. Timothy Adams is kind of grinding downward, blinds going up slowly. And if Timothy Adams doesn't make a stand soon, he could bleed out a bit unless he kind of gets a nice spot to pick up chips. 2 queens, certainly a good spot, especially when your opponent's grabbing orange chips with a 4 in hand.
Note the sizing all over the map. So tough to get a baseline or any sort of idea of range.
It feels like he's got about 7 different pre-flop raise strategy sizes.
2.8.
I like the smaller kind of 3-bet to try to... I thought he said 2.8.
I think he said 2.8 as well.
But just try to get any kind of capture here. But I believe it was 2.8. 1.8 wouldn't make any sense.
It is a sizing they could induce, though. As we see the first occasion on which JNT is reaching for time banks. And now. Ends up making the fold. Randy, curious what that side card was.
I think it was just dust. Because remember, he opened 6-3 offsuit for this kind of big sizing too.
Yeah, but he thought it over. Given that it was
4-6 suited, maybe? I could see that.
TBD.
You know, you're Timothy Adams, though, in that spot. You pick up 2 queens. You're like, please give me action because I've just been getting run over post-flop.
I do like that he picked the sizing that felt like it could induce JNT to come with something reckless, but we haven't really seen a whole lot of that. And when we've seen it, it has been utilized
here.
To great effect.
Checking back, keeping aces in his range in limp pots.
Mm-hmm. Swing and a miss. Yep. Pocket, or sorry, bottom pair. 3s for Adams. As we see JNT check.
Looking good with this pair of 3s. The ace high probably feels he's got the best hand a lot. I don't feel that he would fold to a barrel if it comes on the turn.
Yeah.
2 flush draws present. Snappy.
As such, we do see the 600K get called. Half pot. 9 on the end. Still just ace high. And Adams. Not looking to chase value in those spots, Randy.
I don't fault him given that his kicker was non-existent. He might feel that high card will pay off once, but 2 times is a little bit ambitious. Certainly would be value betting 1 pair higher than that, I'd imagine.
So up we go to 1.4. We've seen limps. We've seen a little over 2x. We've seen a little over 4x.
I've seen it all, Ollie. We've seen 2x, 2.2, 2.3. I can name every single sizing, and he still would have found a new sizing he hasn't touched.
Well, there is one that I feel like we haven't seen, and that is the open jam.
We may get to that territory if this match still continues.
Adams sitting with north of 30 bigs. That is a lot to play for. Adams getting his bearings. App is open and available to him in between hands, not during. Jack 9 suited.
Right. 800,000.
Min raise open.
Oh, he's grabbing a lot of orange chips.
He's got a pair, Randy. And I'm not talking about the fours. 3.4 million.
That's a size up.
I mean,
Jack 9 suited is such a playable hand. 31 big blinds to start things off for Timothy Adams. I suppose you call and see if you flop equity.
yeah, he seems to agree. But note once more that exactly what you, and I would imagine JNT's camp, have been suggesting, which is to play big pot poker, is the way this match is playing out. And that is not what Tim Adams wants, as he has flopped an open ender, Queen 10-7. The fours are actually still best, and they are reaching out of position. JNT barrels 3 into 7.2.
The pot has so much in there. You're open-ended. You got clean outs. I feel like it's just a jam spot, giving too much in there and hope your opponent just folds like an ace-x, a little pocket pair. If he's 3-betting all these pocket pairs, they're not going to feel comfortable with 2 overs. In this spot, actually 3 overs. It's high variance, but when there's so many chips in the middle due to pre-flop sizing and the flop, there's not really much else you can do. Seems like he's thinking, is there any merit of just calling?
Third of his remaining stack required to proceed. So he checked jams, and that should do it.
How much?
Oh, no. He's asking for a count.
He's put in so many chips. 3.8 pre-flop, 3 million on the flop, just 6 million to call. But the thing is, if his opponent is paired, he's just drawing to 2 outs. Plus, against the open-ended straight draw, he's not even the favorite in this spot.
9,050,000.
Timothy Adams just screaming for a fold. Please, just lay it down.
JNT's just looking up at that 19 and change and thinking, well, for 6, I've got 18.
It's just such a weak holding on this board texture. Timothy Adams gets it done.
Yeah. That was the right line for Jack 9.
That's a huge pot, and we really do have a close match now for Timothy Adams. JNT.
Good hand.
The lip flutter. Oh, he's the chip leader.
Yeah. I was just taking a look at the app myself to see whether or not by a nose he had edged in front. And indeed he has. So the reset button has been hit. JNT sitting this one out.
Yeah, perhaps a little shaken, losing that huge pot and losing the chip lead for once. Bins the Jack 6 suited, surprisingly.
Adams limping. And I think limping obviously is the best approach that you can take towards somebody that's trying to play huge pots because you prevent the 3-bet from coming in.
Yes. With the weaker part of your ranges, you basically limp looking for free flops, especially if your opponent isn't getting way too out of line. The price is a bit smaller here with the 3.5x ISO, so he's going to take this 9-7 offsuit in position. Great board for the top 2 pair.
Very much so, as suddenly momentum starts to take shape on Adams' side of the felt.
Adams doesn't like to see that his opponent check to him, as when you raise and check this board, you do often just completely whiff, but his hand is very vulnerable to 10-8, 5 heart, these type of texture, 1.5 to hopefully get some crying calls. JNT wisely laying down to ace high. Timothy Adams been playing his game.
When given the opportunity.
Yeah, and you know, like, sure, he's losing the majority of the pots, but when he wins a pot, they are massive, and it kind of just makes up for those smaller pots, I suppose, that he's given up from time to time.
Suited 1-gapper. JNT will try it on.
Yeah, happy to keep it aggressive pre-flop. And with the 900k raise, the Queen 8 offsuit getting a nice price out of position with the medium cards.
Ace 9-7. Bottom pair for JNT after defense with Queen 8 off from Adams, which draws a check. Into 2.2 comes a million. Sub half.
You just have to concede this so much. Could be drawing almost dead already against like an ace X. No backdoor flush draws. Give it a little think. But should be happy just kind of grinding as is.
So Torel trying to maintain contact with Adams. I'm not sure at what stack depth, if JNT were to end up being whittled away at, Adams would start to try to play for all of it, or if he would just continue to approach it in small ball way.
I would think that he would continue to do small ball, and then with high equity hands, start pumping it up pre-flop. If he feels that JNT is not adjusting appropriately to his strategy. So you see the small ball continuing with the Jack 6.
Check.
Again, keeping ace X in his range as a check back is JNT. There's a lot of mayhem, but there's some method in there as well on the paired flop.
Method to madness.
Adams stabbing with the jack high.
Nice showdown value here.
I don't know why, but I think a check raise is coming. I just do.
Okay, let's see. Oh. Well, okay, does that count? Because it was an accidental check raise. Oh, okay, he called.
Thank you.
But would that count, Ollie?
Was he trying to raise or call?
He was trying to call.
Okay. An accidental check raise, no.
But that didn't count as a check raise. Seemed like the floor was already aware of what might have transpired. Seemed like he had maybe a dirty stack or something, I'm guessing. Regardless, the Jack 6 bet the flop got called. Not much of a hand. We'll check.
So no further betting after the king shows up on the turn, and as the board double pairs, the ace high is feeling cozy. Adams done with it, playing the board.
Ace high.
Something to be had for this showdown for Timothy Adams, seeing the ace high check back.
Yeah, he's logging all the data points that he can get, Randy, in this heads-up match. But the problem is you're trying to build a football cluster on the scatter plot, and instead you have nothing but outliers everywhere.
Yeah, I know, right? It's tough. We got a little rail here. CJ&T's buddy.
Man who claimed he was his coach walked over.
I'm not sure. It could be true. I doubt it.
Adams will gladly accept a walk with 9-3 offsuit.
You can feel the weight on Timothy Adams, seeing that he's got the chip lead. He's closed the gap.
I'm glad you bring that up, Randy, because obviously when you square off against such a resounding recreational player. You know, some of our VIPs really commit to the game, and they do play a lot. They play cash, high stakes. I don't know that J&T ranks among those guys. The pressure for Adams to bring it home here and to perform is tremendous.
Yes, it really is.
And on the topic of pressure, J&T applying it after the Adams limp with his ace-jack.
Getting in there.
Offsuit one-gapper.
Position's the important reason why he's continuing with this hand.
Of course. Wants to play his buttons. Flops a gutter. And I seem to recall occasions on which the ace highs, even as the aggressor, would check unimproved on boards. This is not going to be one of those occasions, though. Randy?
Yeah, and Jay, look, we can't just narrow his strategy. He's clearly balanced in a funny way, you know, for him.
Yeah.
So it's hard to put him on a hand. Regardless, you do got inside straight draw. You do have position. And if you're up against unpaired hands like this, a 7 or 5 is often good. Given his raise pre-flop, you can kind of narrow it to kind of like broadways or big pairs, and that's a troublesome one. It might get J&T to put in a multi-barrel, picking up the gutty, and he does grab chips immediately, which should yield him the pot. We back to the J&T show where he just chips away.
Well, he's going to have the chip lead if Adams, as we might suspect, doesn't want to take 3-1 with a gutter. Did peel one for 1.4.
But just one card to go, and as expected.
Yeah. Especially if we think the pair outs are no good.
Why does it feel like the only 2 pots that Timothy Adams won has been those massive Jack-9 suited and the King 6 versus the 6-3?
Because they are. I mean, the notable ones at least. Now then, blinds moving up to 250, 500, Randy. And that is right as J&T took the chip lead. 21.2 in front of him to 16.5 for Adams.
Time is ticking with the blinds going up. Oh, free look. Every time he gets a pocket pair, he throws it over to J&T.
He doesn't care.
Well, on that occasion, it wasn't in the interests of credibility.
He doesn't care.
Now, Randy, if you think Tim Adams is on an adventure here, hands full with J&T heads up, how about the one I took you on the other night as we walked a good 3.5 miles east of the Mayfair area, W1 postcode, into a bit more gritty section of London, and that delightful Balmain jacket that you were wearing really found itself out of place, and the best part was I told you to dress nicely.
You told me to dress nicely. You made me walk an hour to Shoreditch, which was supposed to be amazing. It was just
if
another
you say
place.
dust, I'll slap you. Don't you say it.
Just another place. And then you made me take the tube back.
You wanted to take the tube back, Randy.
No, I didn't want to
Yeah,
take the
everybody
tube back.
was
Everyone
drunk.
was looking at me.
Yeah, because you were in a
People were
Balmain
throwing
jacket.
up on the side. It was ridiculous.
Well, nothing ridiculous here until the turn makes things a little awkward. Jack high straight for Adams. Was a pair of 10s prior to that. J&T had the open ender. This one was limped pre. Nobody wanted to barrel at the 1.5 on the flop. Same story on the turn. And now Adams still playing the Jack high straight.
I would like to see Timothy Adams bet small because it's so likely J&T just has a random pair at best. A straight he would have heard from. Actually, a sizable one. Never mind, but snap called. Nicely done.
I guess two streets of checking were enough to leave J&T feeling as though Tim Adams was a bit sus. So nice restraint there from Adams as the stacks draw level.
Chip lead back to Timothy Adams, but only by 225k.
Yeah, do we even call it that?
I mean, whatever you can take. King 10 offsuit in the big blind for Timothy Adams. 85 for J&T, limping. Curious to see if the King 10 decides to bloat the pot up. Most of the hands that J&T has limped has been weak ranges, so I do like that he's juicing the pot up here and right now.
Finger wag toward the limp from J&T by Adams there.
I didn't see any fingers waggering.
Proverbial, Randy.
Okay. I'm more of a literal.
Yeah.
That's why I don't understand half the things you say in the booth.
I sometimes don't understand the things that I say in the booth, Randy. It's not just you. Admit that you love Shoreditch, though.
No. I like heads-up poker for 1.3 million or so.
Yeah, I like that too, but I'm just saying.
No. King,
I
queen.
took you out of your element.
No. You're getting me out of my element now. Come on, stop. I want to play. I want to talk about this hand. King, queen. 2 million.
8-3 offsuit, limping, and folding. Now, hands over.
No, I don't want to talk about Shoreditch. I don't want to talk about the tube.
Were you traumatized?
I don't want to talk about being the #1 dressed person on the tube with the person throwing up on the side.
The person didn't throw up on the tube. They threw up on the sidewalk in Shoreditch.
I don't want to talk about how you just kept looking as you walked to see how much volume was expelled from that mouth.
It was impressive, Randy, although that's, why would you talk about that, Randy? Why would you bring that up?
Because you want to talk about
I'm trying to keep us
Shoreditch.
on the tracks here.
No, you aren't. You really aren't. The police should take you away. J&T, take this man away. I'm done with him.
John Noah, how do you know? How do you know?
There we go.
Done
H-Jack.
with the deuce 3 is JNT, is Adams trying to figure out
Yeah, you smell it. Wow.
the spidey senses. So strong. Props to Tim Adams, by the way, for the manner in which he's conducted himself here in this heads-up match. Not looking to come in and do anything gratuitously intimidating as the pro, try to make JNT uncomfortable. You know, there's a lot of money at stake, and maybe some would consider that inbounds, you know, advantage seeking, but he's just out there playing his game and allowing JNT to do the same.
Yeah.
Lovely to see.
In the end, you know, we are playing a game for large amounts of money. It's just
Sure.
the delight to be able to do so. A living for Timothy Adams, not so much for J&T.
No, successful cosmetics industry entrepreneur. Bottom pair for Adams. The developments on a 10-6-4 board. Unclear what J&T's side card is. Not the first time that he's failed to scan it properly over that RFID.
And look at Timothy Adams with the kind of the adjustment of, well, every time my opponent just keeps checking to me, he doesn't really have too much. So being able to kind of value bet this pair of fours now, which he wouldn't have done earlier in the match. Nice adjustment.
Yeah, a little bit of breathing room for Adams. With the stacks level, but leaned out considerably from where we started. 250, 500. What we're playing right now. As you can see, the 6 big blind advantage for Tim Adams. Here at the final table of the Triton Super High Roller Series London $125,000 main event, where you can see the casualties to this point. Doug Polk, very short-lived stint. Lost Lun Lun in the first orbit as well. James Chen then took kings into the aces of JNT. Aces that found their way into JNT's lap on 3 separate occasions, 2 of them up against kings. But of course, that pot that will be talked about, heard round the world, Pardo folding the kings pre. But here we have pair v pair.
This could be a collision for all of it. If Timothy Adams re-raises, you can definitely see 2-9 just smash it in there, and J&T could be in prime position to just take down his heads-up match. Especially if they re-raise to 6 million. He's not 3-betting to fold this hand, Ali.
R9's going to be considered enough kit to play roulette. Yes, is the answer as he jams. And the snapper from Tim Adams. Well, the good news for the pocket eights is that Tim Adams still has 2.2 million left behind if it goes awry. The 9s. Poised to double.
I have mine.
$35 million chip pot, king, queen, 7, and all is well for the 2 9s. For the time being, you can see Adams deflated by this development. The turn is a 6. And all JNT needs to do to double up is fade a snowman.
Oh my God.
The 8 of clubs on the river.
I can't believe it.
And JNT doesn't even realize it, Randy. What an emotional moment for Tim Adams. You can see it on his face.
He can't believe it.
Love being shown by Luca Vivaldi and, of course, so many of his compatriots here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Not to be overlooked, of course, the tremendous result for Jean-Noel Torel. Hugs from Greenwood and Davies. It is your time to shine, Tim Adams. You are a Triton main event champion. And that shine, of course, being shared by Jean-Noel Torel, that second place finish. Let's talk about the payouts, of course. $2.83 million going to JNT. Nothing to be shy about. And the $4.185 million for Tim Adams. And the Jacob & Co. watch and the double-sized trophy and the support of all those who he inspires and really sets a wonderful example for here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. As that is the final breakdown, and we bring you back to the desk, Ali Najad and Randy Liu. What a tremendous treat that final table was. Obviously, very, very lucky was Tim Adams there. Was poised to just be left with just a couple of millions in chips. Could have been a very different outcome, but fought hard, and a little luck at the right time is certainly allowed.
It certainly is allowed, but you know, you got a feel for JNT. It seemed like he was going to win this main event, getting into 2 9s against 2 8s. Played his high variance style unorthodox, and Timothy Adams wasn't able to adjust that well against it. Was making decisions where he put in a lot of chips, having to fold the turn with the best of it over and over again. And you know, like Timothy Adams had the game plan. He won the big pots. But JNT was running away with it, and it did seem he was going to take it down. But the 8 on the river, just
a
disaster.
surprise. Dagger in the heart, of course, to JNT, but really no losers in that exchange, ourselves included, obviously, as that final table gave us some of the most memorable moments of all time, not just here in Triton, but in terms of our tenure as poker broadcasters as well. So then, final thoughts in the books. The 60K final 2-card event of this Super High Roller Series in London. Coverage of that will be coming your way. You do need to kill this stream and then reload the app in order to enjoy it. But before you do that, it is time to send it down to our Marianella Pereira, who is standing by with Tim Adams, your champ. In the meantime, Randy and I will sign off. Maria and Henry will be back with you on that other stream after this.
Timothy Adams, standing next to the man that got away, that escaped that carnage. Unbelievable moment. I was watching you when that last card fell. Your face said it all. You were ready to exit, and the amount of emotion was hard to contain, I'm sure. Walk us through that moment, Timothy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we just, it was a battle heads up. I mean, Jean-Noel, hats off to him. He's an insane competitor, super tough to play against. There's no wonder why he makes so many final tables with big stacks. So when we got all in, it was, you know, a bit of a cooler. He had 9s, I had 8s, and of course, you know, I thought maybe that was it for me, or I was going to be crippled, and I couldn't believe it. Yeah, that I just smashed the 8 on the river. It was insane. Yeah.
And now you stand here, more than 13 million in Triton earnings. You're now a 2-time main event champion. You know, you've been in these Triton stops since 2017. Tell us a little bit something about, you know, why, what is it? What's so special about Triton? You continue to return.
Yeah, I mean, Triton is the best poker tour in the world. I mean, it's incredible how much it's grown. Not only do they take care of us so well, but everything, the organization, the tournaments. I mean, I think everyone has the most fun playing poker when they're playing in Triton. And I'm really not just saying that. It's the best poker tour. And yeah, I mean, I try to come to every one of them because it's great poker. My friends are here. It's, yeah, great atmosphere. So I'm just lost for words because, yeah, that was insane that I just won this one. definitely hasn't hit me.
Yeah, and the final table, we'll talk about being a loss for words. We would be remiss to not talk about the officer known as JNT, that, he put quite a few players behind bars, and you are the last man standing. Talk to us about some of the emotions going through just the final table. It was just insanity.
For me, I mean, I was kind of just lucky enough to stay away from it. It's card distribution. That's at the end of the day, it's card distribution. Who gets what cards? And JNT was basically crushing everyone, and I was kind of sitting there, kind of like happily staying out of the way. And then, I picked up some heat, 4-handed or so, 3-handed, got a run of cards. Getting heads up, I felt good because I played a decent amount of heads up. I didn't know what kind of game plan to go in with because, John Noel's a very tough player. He's unpredictable. That's his style. And he was crushing me. There were so many tough spots he put me in. I don't know if I made bad folds or good folds. I have no idea. And I kind of kept afloat. And the last one, like I said, was a cooler, and I was extremely lucky. So
A massive congratulations to you. And now, deep breath. It's time for some gifts. We have so many. First, I'd like to present you with this from Bombay. Oh, just a 2-night stay at super yacht.
What? Okay. A 2-night stay at a super yacht.
It does not end there. I would like to invite Paul from Jacob & Co. over. We have a very, very special watch for you, okay? We have the Jacob & Co. Epic X Triton watch. This is only for main event champions.
Jacob & Co., I'd like to congratulate you and say, here's your Epic X watch. Can I put that on your wrist?
Wow, nice piece of hardware there. Ooh, let me see what time. Yeah, we're running short on time. As Paul was nice enough to grace me with one that I sadly have to return. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Paul. Wow, that looks really nice. And now, without further ado, Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi, come on out here. It's the moment. Let's all move a little bit more center. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, your 125,000 no limit hold'em main event champion, Timothy Adams.